Do the glasses.
You are good. Yeah, good. All right. I'm gonna kick things off, everybody. We have a long agenda, so greetings and welcome to the Cannabis Task Force, our second ever meeting here in December 2023, the last couple of weeks. Standard language I have to read at the outset here. MCB4 has adopted a hybrid meeting policy whereby we will meet both in person and virtually. All community board members, committee meetings will require an in-person forum to come to order and conduct business. Board members are expected to attend meetings in person unless they have a disability or an extraordinary circumstance as defined by the New York State Open Meetings Law. Excused committee members and members of the public will still be able to participate virtually. Committee members who are joining via Zoom must leave their cameras on. We do not have any this evening. And we encourage members of the public to join virtually. And I can see already we have quite a few. The MCB4 hybrid policy can be found on our website, and tonight's meeting is still being recorded and currently live streaming on YouTube, where it will and potentially live in perpetuity. I just want to check, hopefully we can be heard online. If for whatever reason you're having trouble hearing online, please just write a comment to Jesse Bodine, who is our master of ceremonies tonight, and we can make technical adjustments here in the room. So I'm going to just read some opening remarks, and then we're going to move into the agenda. But I think it's sort of just important to level set with everyone, and so we all understand what our goals here are this evening and what we're doing. So again, thank you all for attending Manhattan Community Board 4's Cannabis Task Force hearing on tonight's dispensary applicants for a license from the Office of Cannabis Management. Before we begin, I wanted to give a brief overview of the current landscape of the legal cannabis market and licensing, followed by my expectations for the Cannabis Task Force and how tonight's hearing will unfold. So as for the current landscape, as many, if not most of you know, it took nearly 2 years between legalization of cannabis in New York City and the opening of the first dispensaries in the city with a legal license to sell cannabis. In the interim, thousands of smoke shops and illegal dispensaries have begun operating, which constitute a public health risk, are target children, are an eyesore, and deprive the state of much needed tax revenue. But tonight is not about those illegal dispensaries. Tonight is about the legal dispensaries who, upon opening, must comply with a litany of rules and regulations governing everything from the signage they may use to the products they can sell to the security they must have in place. As of now, there are only 8 legal dispensaries in Manhattan. So chances are, if you've encountered a dispensary in the city, you have encountered an illicit one operating far outside the norms and standards of the legal. The first legal dispensary to open up in New York opened up under the CARD program, an acronym I already forget, CARD applicants, which comprises of applicants who have been convicted of marijuana offenses or nonprofits, have submitted their applications about 6 months ago. And while many of those applicants received provisional licensing from OCM, most have not opened because of a statewide injunction. 1 month ago, after a settlement with OCM, that injunction was lifted, and CARD applicants are free to proceed with the application process. We have some of those applicants here with us tonight, some of whom, as I said, may have already received provisional licensing from OCM. On November 4th, the Office of Cannabis Management began accepting applicants from the general public for adult use retail dispensary licenses. That window to submit has now closed, so the applicants here with us tonight likely have our pending applications with OCM. There are 2 types of applicants for adult use retail dispensaries, the standard and the social and economic equity applicants, SEE or C applicants. C applicants must fit within certain categories, which are individuals from communities disproportionately impacted by cannabis prohibition, distressed farmers, service-disabled veterans, minority-owned or women-owned businesses. We have some SEE, C applicants as well, and some standard applicants with us tonight. Just so we all understand, regardless of what we do here, and it should not, we don't necessarily have to take into account, OCM will be giving SEE and CARD applicants priority in licensing over the general adult use retail applications, but that is for them, not for us. The other types of licenses is the other type of license is the adult use micro business license, which we have one applicant of tonight, which authorizes the cultivation, processing, distribution, retail sale, and delivery of the licensee's own cannabis products. And they themselves are bound with a significant number of specific regulations that I will have the applicant describe in greater detail. And one last note on the current legal landscape: for the purposes of notification to community boards and to be afforded a public hearing, applicants must be able to show they have proof of control over the premises. Thus, while we as a district have received dozens of applications, we are only hearing and providing comment on those, like tonight, who state and have shown us that they have proof of control over the premises or a letter of intent from the landlord. Okay, now on to tonight's meeting. Tonight we have 8 applications for retail dispensary licenses. Each applicant will have 5 minutes to introduce themselves and provide the task force with a little bit of background and an overview of their operational plans. For the public, you should know that each of the applicant has filled out an extensive questionnaire, which is also available to the public. So we are not asking the applicants to rehash everything that we've already reviewed on their questionnaire. So we are asking that they just provide us additional details or any highlights that they want the committee and the public to know. This will be followed by 5 minutes of Q&A from the task force. And then we will open it up to the public, where we ask that each public commentator keep their comments to 1 minute. And because of our extensive schedule this evening, we will be keeping time and we'll be enforcing that rule. If time permits, and it's doubtful, the task force will discuss additional recommendations we can make regarding enforcement of illicit cannabis shops at the end. A few comments before we begin, and then I'm going to kick off. A few more comments. First, we are not here to evaluate whether applicants are properly applying this card or see applicants that we leave to OCN. What we are here to do is evaluate whether the proposed locations of these dispensaries are appropriate for their blocks, and whether we believe the applicants will run their locations responsibly and as good neighbors. To that end, this would not be the proper venue for members or the public to express their feelings towards cannabis legalization one way or the other. The law has passed. I will also say that it is the general sentiment of this task force that we are fed up with the proliferation of illegal dispensaries and smoke shops in our district. And we believe that, in addition to enforcement, one of the most effective paths to shutting these illicit businesses down will be opening up legal dispensaries to compete with them. Finally, we, the task force, recognize that our applicants come from a wide array of backgrounds with a diverse set of business experiences, and we will be respectful of that fact and keep it in mind as we evaluate the applications. Thank you very much. And with that, we will move to the first item on our agenda, the first applicant, that is 231 10th Avenue, Kush and Kemet LLC. If you are here from from Kush and Kemet, please raise your hand on the attendees list, and Jesse Bodine will move you over.
Greetings, how you doing? My name is Erica Ford. I'm the CEO of Life Camp Incorporated. We put in the application for 10th Avenue. Subsequently, we have withdrawn from 10th Avenue, but we wanted to come on and say that here because we still want to do business in CB4. And so we wanted to actually physically come in, but you had to Zoom. We want to be present. We know there was a lot of conversation around the school and, you know, the whole question of a proximity to the school and that whole thing. But we wanted to let you know that just as I have been working in New York City for over 36 years around making it safe for young people. That is my life work. And there's no way in God's name and anybody's name that I would come into a community and bring harm to children or the community itself. And so we just want you to know that we do want to do business in Community Board 4. We will never look at an opportunity to harm any child. And, you know, I know there was a lot of conversation around the proximity to the school down the block. And also wanted to just let you know that on the illicit shops, I was with the sheriff the other day, and he was telling me that there was three young girls they were going to raid a store and close it. Three young girls, 12 years old, was coming out of the shop and they literally fell to the ground right at the door from the intoxication of a brownie that they ate inside of the store. And so people have to spread the word that they should not, anybody going in these illicit shots, because they are extremely toxic to our environment. And we support the whole question of removing them and lifting up and educating people around the whole question of the legal cannabis businesses that are coming to the communities. And so, like I said, we are no longer going to be at the store on 10th Avenue, but we are presently looking at other stores in the Community Board 4 area.
Thank you very much. Oh, do you have someone else you wanted to speak?
Yes, greetings. My name is Kepra Kears. I also work at Life Camp. Like Erica, the CEO, has said, Life Camp has been a nonprofit in the community for 30 years. Erica Ford is the co-founder of the New York City Crisis Management System, which is under the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety to Prevent Gun Violence. And so anytime we come into a community, we bring tremendous assets in terms of peacekeeping and in terms of education. We're looking to bring a store into the community that also works with community and brings wellness. Our goal is education and to teach people proper consumption. So again, we just wanted to introduce ourselves because we are looking in other areas in your district, and we just wanted to give respect. We thought long and hard about it, and instead of trying to put in paperwork at the 11th hour, we just wanted to respectfully connect. So thank you for allowing us the time to just say hello, and we look forward to coming back and presenting once we find another viable location. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much for appearing tonight. Thank you for, I know that there was a lot of community pushback or concerns, and thank you for being responsive to that. I think what we will do is send in an administrative letter just noting OCM that you have officially withdrawn your application. But we look forward to seeing you again here with a new location where we can go over it. So can we all just vote to pass an administrative letter just noting that the application has been withdrawn?
Do we need to?
Do we need to vote?
We don't normally vote on it.
No, all right, we don't even need to vote.
Yeah.
That was it. Thank you very much for coming tonight, though.
Thank
It's really
you so
definitely
much.
appreciated. Which means that
Thank
if
you for having
anyone is
us.
online or in person here because they are opposed to 231 10th Avenue, the matter is now settled. They will not be opening up a dispensary in that location. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Good night.
And since they introduced themselves, I realized I neglected that we failed to introduce ourselves. So I just want to take a moment and do that. Well, real quick, I just want to say my name is Jesse Greenwald. I'm the chair of this cannabis task force, and we can go around.
Hi, Rodney Washington, member.
Dolores Rubin.
Alan Austin, a member and a resident of 22nd 400 block for about 25 plus years.
Sanford Mallett, member of the committee.
Great, thank you very much. And we have with us our esteemed district manager.
Hi, Jesse Bodine, district manager, CB4.
Thank you very much. Okay, now on to the second item on our agenda, 5860 9th Avenue. This is NYC Green Girl. If you are here on behalf of NYC Green Girl, please raise your hand in the chats, and Jesse Bodine will move you over.
Do you want to check this, folks? I mean, they didn't come for this the first time.
Did you guys came for a later item on the agenda?
No,
Oh, okay, great.
you good.
So we're good.
So we're,
Okay.
Thanks for coming.
We still like stay.
oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're here.
You're more welcome. Seems like there may be extras, so you're more welcome to go down.
I have one question. Is it to know, like, have you seen that the applications has been formally withdrawn?
Well, that's why we're sending an administrative letter, is to confirm with OCM that we have not held the hearing and that they have withdrawn, so that they wouldn't be able to.
We can confirm.
We can.
Okay.
Yeah. Great.
That James is the one that raised his hand. I don't know.
All right, James, the floor is yours, unless, do you have anyone else with you?
But
Oh,
there's
Jeffrey,
Jeffrey.
okay,
All right. I'm looking for Jeffrey.
yeah.
Yeah.
James is still on.
Yeah, there's Jeffrey. There's Jeffrey. All right.
Hey, Jeffrey.
Jay, hey, James just raised his hand in.
Oh, sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes,
Yes.
James was added to this application.
Got it. All right, James or Jeffrey, go ahead. I don't know who's leading.
All right, I'll take it. Hi guys, my name is James Chung. I've been a New Yorker, born and raised my entire life. A bit of background about myself. I've been in the hospitality industry for about 14 years now. We own and operate restaurants and lounges, some of which are open
James,
to.
I'm sorry, can you turn on your camera? Is that a possibility?
I'm not sure why it's not turning on. Let me see. Here we go.
There we go.
Sorry. Where was I? All right, a bit of background about myself. I've been in the hospitality industry for about 14 years now. We own and operate restaurants and lounges, some of which are open till 4 a.m., which obviously comes with a lot of responsibility. We view cannabis as a natural extension of our liquor-related businesses, but with a unique opportunity to make a positive impact on our local community. I definitely feel that my skill set aligns with this new space, as I have a ton of experience dealing with a state-controlled substance. I'll keep this short and sweet, just not take up too much time. So just to address a few concerns that I know many community boards may have. Being in the beverage industry for so long, I take underage consumption extremely seriously. We have security at all times, and some of our locations use ID scanners, which were a great suggestion from officers from our local precinct. All our management staff are currently tip certified, which monitors overconsumption. A similar process would also be applied at our retail dispensary to make sure all staff monitors substance abuse, which I know is a pretty big issue right now. Noise is also something we take extremely seriously. For example, 2 of our venues are directly under a small boutique hotel and condominium. We always have a security guard known as a street sweeper, which basically means they keep the outside entrance clear from guest gathering and creating noise. I'd also like to note we will not have any outdoor space. We would have the same process in regard to odor control, which we would have our street sweeper kindly ask guests not gather out front and to clear the area. Since we don't plan on having on-site consumption, we feel like odor won't be a major issue. In regards to hiring, we've been meeting with many candidates with a commitment to hiring a GM with deep experience in regulated cannabis retail. Those candidates are TBD and until we've made those final hiring decisions. We certainly plan to post job listings on local job boards and welcome any recommendations that members of the community board can provide. In regards to our proposed hours of operation, figure it's 10 a.m. to midnight with delivery. Again, no on-site consumption. In regards to security, we plan on engaging Sapphire Risk, which is a nationally recognized security consulting firm that has done a cannabis build-outs and openings. They provided a general safety and security plan, which we will carry once we start the process of opening. I believe our attorney, Jeffrey, has already sent you guys the advised plan. In terms of outreach, we reached out to, 30 plus Chelsea Block and Tenant Association contacts and look forward to hearing back from them and meeting. We also reached out to the meatpacking bid and look forward to connecting with Evan. I also wrote a handwritten letter to the Gansevoort Neighborhood Association, so just waiting to hear back from them as well. We also reached out to the 10th Precinct. Don't kill me if I butcher their name, but Officer William Laras and Tamor Ahmad. Definitely look forward to meeting with them and getting any advice and tips. Lastly, we want to make a clear distinction between what your community has experienced over the past few years with the pop-up of many unlicensed weed shops. Unlike the illegal shops in the neighborhood, our store will not have bright neon lights. You won't be able to see product from the outside of the store. The signage and design will not be attractive to minors. We won't use ridiculous words like Zaza or exotics or buds or anything silly like that. And that's it. And thank you. I look forward to your feedback.
Thank you very much, James. That was very helpful.
Yeah, so a couple questions, you joined us at our last meeting, not you personally, James, but this application, one of the issues was whether or not the space was secured and wondering if anything has changed there, because that was under dispute at the time.
Yeah, so from my knowledge, I know like the eviction process and the legality between like that whole ordeal has been started. I'm pretty sure from what I know, the current tenant isn't even operating at this moment. I think they were a couple weeks ago, but I'm not sure if they are right now. So I'm just waiting to hear back from Michael and like his attorney to figure out what exactly the next steps are and like what the updates are. But from my knowledge, I know that he's the eviction process already has been started. I just don't know exactly at what point, like where they're at.
Okay, one other question is, the application that we have may have been the original application, which said that that there wasn't a formal application on your part to OCM. Just checking if that has been updated and if you have applied.
Yeah, that has been updated and we've applied a formal application with my name on it as well.
Great. And for Jeffrey, since the last time you were on, there were some concerns on timing. Wonder if those concerns have now abated. And if from your perspective, the process seems to be moving at the pace that you need for your client.
I'm sure with respect to timing of what exactly?
I think one of the issues that we had last time is you were looking for us to provide an immediate answer because you needed to have it in order to proceed to apply, but it looks like you were still able to apply.
No, I think it was I think that was related to the November. I think it was the November date. I'm not sure now. I mean, with respect to timing, I think it's more on the community board. It's been 60 days since we've submitted our notice to the community board. So even if there was an extension, I think statutorily MCB4 is unless you've already provided a recommendation to OCM, it may be past that time where they will take it under consideration. So I just wanted to note that, notwithstanding that we still are here and presenting the application for you guys.
Great. Now, just wanted to clarify because that was an issue last time and wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page. And also just to remind folks that joined in last month that this is actually the same folks that came and visited, but we had not opined on your application. So just wanted to create that clarity for everyone. That was all the questions I had, Jesse.
Okay, I have some comments that I'll save for the end or some points, but not to necessarily ask. Go ahead, yeah.
So my question is regarding the street sweepers. What will that look like? I'm concerned because that part of the sidewalk street becomes narrow. There's an open space. So is that considered a park across from Apple? And so just concerned about that.
So you're asking specifically about the street sweeper, like what he actually.
Like what would that look like? And will that just put them off the sidewalk to the open space across from the Apple store?
So what we like typically do, like nowadays, obviously with people that go outside bars, restaurants and lounges and smoke cigarettes, you know, we have a guard outside that kindly asks the guests that are, you know, visiting our establishment to keep their voices down, obviously not to disturb neighbors like, you know, in the building above us or not create some sort of blockage on the sidewalk. Obviously people respond and they say that, you know, this is city property, you're not allowed to tell us to move, so on and so forth. But we always have someone that kind of like speaks very, I guess, politely to our guests to make them understand that they're kind of like causing a little bit of disruption and kind of like if they could move over to the side, keep areas clear when people are walking by, walking their dogs. They can do their best to just keep the outside organized and clear and not have it disrupt like the random, you know, public people that are around walking by, so on and so forth. In terms of people leaving our frontage and going to the park, I mean, that's kind of like, we'll do our best to kind of like push people away, you know, down the street as much as possible. But I mean, we'll do the best that we can and our security does the best that they can to just make sure that the outside is very peaceful and clear and not causing any issues.
Good. So are you saying it's a park, the open space?
What do you mean? The area that's in
The
front?
open space, yeah, across from Apple, across from.
It's a plaza, I think what you're referring to is a plaza.
Oh, okay,
It's
that's
a-
not, it's not.
I believe that's a pop.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I believe that's a pop. That's a privately owned public space. It is not considered a public park.
Okay, thank you.
Plaza or, yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, we're gonna open up to members of the public if they have questions. Again, we're gonna have to limit everyone to a minute. So if you have a question for this applicant or a concern and you'd like to share or a message of support, please raise your hand and we will move you over to speak. Or if you are with us in person, also feel free to raise your hand. Okay, well, that's great. All right, well, that ends the public section of the public comment period for this applicant. So as we move to a vote, the only thing that I wanted to bring up with this task force is just remind everyone of where we were last time and just update you on what's happened since and what we've been told since, which is James is the co-owner or one of the participants of this enterprise, and Michael Shaw is the other owner. He is the we learned last time he owns multiple locations throughout the city, one of which he leased out to a tenant who sublet to a illegal dispensary. So Mr. Shaw, through his attorney, represented to us that did not know about that. And since they've represented to us that they have since evicted that subtenant and have sent us proof of that eviction. So I just want to remind people of that and just bring it up. But that was a concern last time. And they have thus dealt with it, but I just wanted to mention it. Any other comments, questions, concerns?
Motion to approve this location.
Great. Any second? Second. All right. All those in favor? Great. The motion to recommend approval is adopted. Thank you very much, James and Jeffrey.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
Oh, wait.
Sorry.
All right, hold on. Although motion.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. Amelia, we're gonna hear you, but we've already voted.
We can make an amendment to it.
The first line to be promoted.
Amelia, if you would like to speak, you need to accept that. I'm gonna just allow you to talk, and maybe that's easier for you.
Oh, there she is.
Hello?
Yeah, Amelia.
Hi, I am sorry for being late, obviously. I didn't realize the meeting was today. Is it possible to just do a very 30-second quick recap?
Of the whole presentation?
No, not of the presentation, but I know that you guys know that we submitted some videos and things about the illegal shop being in that location that Mr. Shaw owns. So just kind of want to hear.
Yes, so to recap what I just said, thank you for bringing that to our attention, and we brought it to the applicant's attention who represented to us that he was unaware of that subtenant and has since started eviction proceedings against that tenant and sent us proof of that. But we are not able to investigate any further than that. We're gonna have to take the applicant and his attorney at his word, and that closes the matter for us, Amelia.
Okay, well, his word last time was that he unequivocally would never lease a space to anybody that is an illegal shop dispensary. And literally that same night, we were able to go in and purchase illegal weed.
Yeah, and again, we appreciate the video because we did absolutely follow up on it. And again, they represent to us that it was a lease to a subtenant that they were unaware of. And you know, our powers of investigation sort of stop there and are non-existent. And ultimately, you know, we do know you have a dispute with this applicant, a private dispute, and that's not for our task force to take up. So thank you for coming tonight. Thank you for sharing the videos and your concerns because they were important and relevant. But at this point, I think it's time we need to move on. Thank you, Amelia. All right, moving on to number 3, 102 7th Avenue, Actualize dispensary. If you're here from Actualize, please raise your hand in the chat.
Okay, I might have done below.
We have another retained. Hey, Dan, give us a
Hi,
second.
Dan, is Harish Patel with you, or is that, Harish, do you have your, I think you're for another location, Harish, right? Or is this part of your team? Is Harish Patel part of your team, Dan?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, Dan, take it away.
Hi, it's a pleasure to meet the board. I'm really excited to introduce myself and talk a little bit about what's going on. I'm going to try to be as quick as possible. I know I watched last year's meeting, the last meeting, and there was a lot of just repetitive stuff. I'm going to try to be as quick and unique as possible with this. We're applying to open a dispensary on 102 7th Avenue. My name is Dan Morena. I am a card applicant. My background is in technology. I founded a technology company called Redemptive.nyc. We help early stage companies and non-technical founders build and scale companies. I was a co-founder of another company that was operating out of New York called Upright.us. We were an Inc. 500 company. We scaled the company from just 2 people to over 300 employees. This is my first brick and mortar, so I thought it would be smart to find a very experienced partner. I've partnered with Housing Works. Andrew is here representing Housing Works. Andrew, how you doing?
I'm battling holiday traffic, but otherwise I'm fine.
Great. Housing Works is an amazing organization. They've, as you know, they have services for people suffering with HIV and homelessness. They've been working with this community board and throughout Manhattan for the last 20 years. They open bookstores, thrift shops, and most importantly, for this, not really most importantly, but most importantly for this, they opened the first legal dispensary in New York State last year, and the dispensary has been extremely successful. And I'm extremely proud to be associated with the organization as well as Manhattan and Chelsea in general.
Great. Thank you very much, Dan. Who's application? Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. A couple questions.
Sure.
First question, this is very minor, but I looked at the lease and it says 104th, not 102nd. And I think I looked at Google Maps, I think it is 104th. Can you confirm? Those are adjacent, so it doesn't really matter, but can you confirm which address it is?
This is the location of 3 addresses. It's 201 West 16th and it's 102 and it's 104. I'm not exactly sure. Andrew, do you know exactly sure which one of the 3 we're going with here?
Well, it's a former Pottery Barn space in that large building.
Mm-hmm.
And just, I don't know if this is of any interest, and that was one of our initial spaces that Housing Works was interested in because it was so close to our flagship store. So when we identified spaces, we wanted them to be close to, places where we had a footprint in the community. And unfortunately, we couldn't do that deal. But now that we're working with these cards, we have an opportunity to bring that business there and to sort of have a hub of Housing Works retail there.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
Sorry about my dog here. I just wanted to reiterate, we're working on proposals from security companies. We want to make sure that we're not selling to minors. We want to make sure that everything's safe. We're in the process, and I've been learning a lot working with the team and kind of slowly moving through all the same precautions and everything that are somewhat becoming common practice in the industry.
On that note, could you talk a little bit about your security plan? Give us some of the details on that.
Yeah, I can take a lot of that. So I don't know if you share the multi-page security plan that we have. A lot of it is nowadays the security plan is making sure that nothing stands out. When we do delivery, we try not to call out any folks. They should just blend in with the landscape. And then also prioritize their safety. So if they have any feeling that a delivery is not going well, that they can jump in an Uber right away and head back to the facility, sort of prioritizing their safety over delivering the product. And obviously they won't be penalized for that. They won't have to pay for the Uber, that kind of thing. And that sort of is something we've learned from our cash handling, which is, believe it or not, sort of the bigger issue. Our cash handling folks come in Ubers and they're dressed like regular people walking down the street. And they come at random times so that nobody can check when, nobody can sort of ascertain when they might come again on any given day. We want people to use different exits if possible. So at 750 Broadway, we have multiple exits so that they can't be sort of cased from the avenue. Yeah, but it's all laid out in the multi-page plan that we do amend based on what's going on, and also we have a CBA with the union, and they get to chime in on it.
Yeah, do we not have it?
We don't have it.
Yeah,
Who-
sorry,
who be
we
it?
may not see that, but we'll look again,
No,
sorry.
I don't, Dan, did you send that? Did I miss that, or?
I would be very happy to, I mean, this meeting got rescheduled and I've been filling out forms nonstop for the last like 6 months. So I don't remember exactly what got sent where, but if anything that's missing, I'd be happy to send over.
That'd be great. If you can send it to us before the first of the month, that'd be very helpful.
Absolutely.
And then,
Okay, my last question before I turn it over to the rest of the board is, on the application form you sent in, there was not a list of what neighborhood organizations you had contacted. I think you have contacted some, but I just didn't see that list. So if you could give us that list either now or just in writing, that would be great.
Absolutely. We contacted every single one on that list except for 2 that had phone numbers and not emails. We sent like a mass email out. I'll be happy to send that over as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Dolores, did you have a question?
Actually, Alan first.
Well, thank you for your presentation. Who is actually going to be on site, and how often of the partners or the main partners in this operation?
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning of that.
Yeah,
What was
you
the
might like to
question?
shout into the
Yeah, I'm sorry. Of this project, who is going to be there, and how often will you be overseeing your employees?
Who's gonna be on site and how often will they be overseeing the employees?
Thank you. Thanks.
So
so
Go ahead,
the first hire will be the management team. So they'll be the most important. We're helping Dan identify folks that can do the day-to-day management, and then working with us and Dan will hire down from there. We're working with council to do the handbook, to onboard, so we can onboard the staff. Again, I don't know if it's too much detail. We actually try to take people from New York retail, not so much from the cannabis world. We feel like New York retail is such a specific, requires such specific expertise. And that's where we've really actually had the most success.
yeah, I also have to mention to the board that I will personally be present at least the first 3 to 6 months, if not longer.
Great. Anybody else from the?
Yeah, I just wanted to just make a comment. I'm very happy, Dan, that you are enlisting the help of folks that already have more experience, but I am feeling a little bit concerned that at this point in time, there's not a fully fledged out plan, it seems. And it's relying a lot on the Housing Works to bring together what they're already doing to put in place your business. So that is a concern for me. I just wanted to mention that.
I appreciate you saying that. I'm working on a plan in collaboration with Housing Works, right? So to say that there's no plan, I would disagree with that. And I'd be happy to send over. We didn't really know what to bring to this community board. If you would like to see all the information and all the plans, the delivery plan, the security plan, all the plans from the numerous applications we've done with the OCM, with insurance companies, I'd be happy to share it with you.
I think
Don't send the insurance.
yeah, well, the perspective that we have as a community is trying to understand if this is a good fit at this location for our community, and also to, most importantly, ensure that it's not a conflict. So understanding your method of operation, what type of outreach that you will do on the education side or engagement that you may plan to have within the community. I personally don't feel comfortable just relying on the reputation of a well-known nonprofit. So that's why I bring that up, not to dispute that you have been working on it, but I have nothing to judge how this is a good fit for the community based on today's presentation.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And if there's anything I could do to help you in the future, to whether it's materials or talking about how we're excited about engaging with the community, and how you know, we very much plan to be an addition to the community as opposed to you know, a subtraction from it. You know, I've lived in New York my entire life. I'm extremely proud to be part of it, and to the extent that I have any influence over a piece of the landscape, you know, I want to make sure that it fits in the right way with the landscape. You know, nothing. You know, I lived in East Village for, you know, 7 years, and you know, nothing upset me more when, you know, a store or establishment would open that wasn't really the right fit. So I know what you're talking about, and I want to let you know that I feel extremely proud and privileged that New York has given me this chance, and I'm proud to be part of Manhattan, and I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that, you know, this is a positive addition to our community.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, have you received any feedback from your community outreach? Have you had conversations with the businesses next door, like the Shade Store, Williamson? Conversations?
Yeah, so I personally was hoping to hear back. I haven't heard back from any of the emails yet. I do plan on walking around and meeting all the organizations that are nearby, whether they're businesses or schools outside of the zone, of course. And I definitely want to you know, be part of what goes on in the area, and have an open dialogue with everybody.
Great. Thank you. Let's open up to the public. If anyone from the public has any comments or questions, please raise your hand and we will move you over, specifically on the third item on our agenda, 102 7th Avenue, the Actualize dispensary. This application.
I'm not sure if Rush. So he has.
No, I don't think so. I don't think he's.
I'm just gonna double check.
No, he's 25th Avenue.
Yeah,
He's 25th Avenue.
Okay, seeing none, we will move on to our board committee discussion, task force discussion. So, Dolores, for me, it is housing. The fact that Housing Works is so involved, that brings me comfort with this application. So, the dispensary on 750 Broadway is run extraordinarily well. Their staff is incredibly knowledgeable. It is clean, it is efficient, security is done correctly. There's an ID check at the front, there's an ID check when you make a purchase, as it should be. And knowing that they are bringing their knowledge and experience to this applicant, and they're not just doing it because they're you know, helping just him to get started as a friend. They actually have a financial investment in this application. Makes me feel quite comfortable with the application. In fact, it's what puts it over the line for me. So
I respect that you have that perspective. My issue is I don't have really anything to go on. And it would be nice if everything that Housing Works is doing at their other location can be replicated. But as we know, every location is unique. Every storefront, every community is unique. And so without hearing a lot of detail, I really would love to hear, once that they've built out more of this plan for this particular location, I'd love to hear them come back and to give us those details so that I'd be comfortable saying, we're representing the community and saying, this is a good fit here. I don't have enough to go on today with that, even with Housing Works, great representation at the location where they're 100% the owner of. That's my.
I would agree with the boss. Housing Works is a great operation, but how often are they going to be part of an operation where how many of their folks will be operating another store and another store, another location? And how does that get watered down in terms of them bringing in also responsible people to run an operation? So if we could get some more information, as Laura's mentioned, about the whole operation, I would feel more comfortable with.
And I guess, Dan, it's an unfortunate, maybe, miscommunication on our part to make sure that we had everything we needed, because I do assume, since you have applied to OCM, right, you have submitted to them your security plan, your delivery plan, and all the other required papers.
Absolutely. And, I'd be happy to, share that with the members if appropriate and when appropriate. Andrew, there was some questions as to the level of involvement, Andrew. I don't know how far into detail we can go on that, but I trust their business for the same reason that anyone else would, right? But go ahead.
Rest assured, we are going to build, all our partner businesses on the knowledge that we've amassed in the past 12 months at our business. And we've chosen partners that share our values, right? So we're only working with a handful of card applicants, and we feel that these are folks that have success running businesses and will be great partners, but also share our values around the communities we serve, not just the geographic communities, but folks that are living with HIV and AIDS, have records of histories of incarceration. We've handpicked these folks, and we feel confident that they're the ones.
Bodine, can I just, I'm not gonna cut any other task force members off, but I think, you've certainly done this, and this just gets on BLP. We have the situation, if there's material that we would like, and we can predicate the approval on getting that material before the full board. I think that's a good condition. That's fine for everybody. And I think the other idea is maybe what you were saying about the level of the high level of quality that they're performing at the other location to be replicated as much so as possible at here. I think is something it would make sense as a condition. Let's say that.
I think we have a hand in the audience.
No, I think it's still probably.
No, this is someone else.
Someone.
Block Association.
Block Association.
Yeah, right there.
Did we lose Paul?
And now it's gonna take a second. Hi, Paul. Hi, Paul.
Hi, my name is Paul Gronke. I'm Secretary Treasurer of the 100 West 16th Street Block Association, which is basically around the corner from this location. And I actually looked at it, and I don't understand this idea, Andrew. You talked about multiple exits. There's only one doorway on the street front there. I mean, it's 102 is wedged between a shade store and the entrance to an apartment building, and there's nothing else there. There's two window frames and a storefront, so it's a pretty small street frontage space at 102. So I was wondering about that. I'm also a little concerned that it's like less than 550 feet from a prep school around the corner, and I'm concerned about, as people have said, children in the neighborhood. And I also that I only found out about this secondhand, and if you've been reaching out to neighborhood organizations, we're on the block association list for the community board, and we never heard from you guys before. So I didn't know about this until I heard about it accidentally.
Yeah, so I wrote you down there, Paul, and I'm gonna double check on our outreach, and would be happy to reach out to you again, or if I did miss you somehow, I'd be happy to make sure. I can't check right this moment, but I did try to reach out to everybody. In terms of the entrance, it is true. There is only one entrance that I saw when I was there. I think when Andrew was speaking about, you know, different Andrew was speaking in generalities in different ways that we minimize, you know, risks.
And I will just briefly speak on the proximity to the school. So you said 550 feet of it, because it is right out. It is just, there's a 500-foot limit, right? You cannot have a dispensary within 500 feet and on the same road as a school. This one is just outside of that limit, so it would be permissible under the regulations.
It's also not on the same road. This is not 17, and the school is not 17.
Yeah,
I will say that again.
and I think we will be reaching out to the school anyway, and
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
we're
I mean,
gonna.
the fact that it's 550 feet, not 500 feet, by the law, by the regulation is fine, but by its impact isn't, you know, it is a concern.
I understand that. I was just informing the task force that it was not a regulatory issue and it was an issue for us to discuss, but they were not already prohibited by the regulation.
Yeah.
So
we're super serious about keeping the license and making sure that, you know, underage people don't get their hands on this stuff.
You know, and Winston Prep is particularly sensitive because its population is a challenged population, so it's you know, there's doubly your concern here.
Yeah, that is good to know. And you know, if anyone from the community board has any extra advice or guidance as to who we should reach out to, or different precautions that we can take, I'd be really excited to hear about that and collaborate with the community on that.
great, thank you, Dan. So turning it back just to task force discussion, I heard a bunch of different conditions that we want, including before going to the full board, making sure that we receive their security plan, delivery plan, and any other detailed plans that they have. Commitment to reaching out to the school, commitment to showing us that they've reached out to all the block associations. Anything else?
Hey, my preference is they come back. That's my preference, but again, depending on the rest of the task force, if there is this opening to allow for before our full board meeting to have all of this material and for all of us to be comfortable with that. I just want to be sure that we know what we know, because right now we know nothing.
Sure.
Yeah. So this is something that was provided by the other applicants and not by us. You know, I apologize. I had no idea that we had to bring this, or that we were.
Fine. Hold on, Dan. We're gonna thank you. Go ahead.
Do they have a commitment on the space?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I am comfortable proceeding with knowing that we will have time to look at their materials beforehand, and I'm happy to, if we find something, I'm more than happy to, if we find something that is concerning, to bring that to the attention of the full board. And I don't know, I would like to move on to our next, applicant and take a vote here on this. I think I'd like to close the public session. So how are we feeling?
The applicant, Wolf. Now we do.
Yes, but going forward, I'm gonna open it up to the public, and then I'd like to close the public. Okay, thank you. Hi, Pam.
Hi. I did not mean to chime in. Tony, leave the sound off for a moment, please. I didn't mean to chime in on this meeting. I was here purely to observe and see what kind of response the outreach to the community got. I have to say I'm disappointed in the very meager presence from people of the community. I do recall that CCBA, the Council of Chelsea Block Associations, distributed to its membership a notice about all three of these applications. So some people may have missed it, and maybe there are not functioning email addresses in place for some of the membership, but there was outreach, and I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ben. Thank you.
Thanks, Pam.
Very helpful. Okay, is there a motion on the table? Just to get a sense, let's take a straw poll here before who is comfortable moving forward with the conditions that I've listed, meaning we would get information before it goes to the full board as a condition. And so then the other option will be ask them to come back in a month. So hands for comfortable moving forward with the condition. Okay. Would you be willing to vote for that, or will you be voting against moving forward?
I'm gonna vote against, because I just don't have enough information. I mean, I really don't. I can't just rely on the reputation of another organization, and because they're engaged and involved in it and they're committed to it, it doesn't mean anything for this location to me.
And for me, that is only, again, because we're not hired consultant, like they have a part ownership in the success of the business, and so for me, that is enough.
I also would like to mention that I also mentioned my success as an entrepreneur in Manhattan here, and I don't want to just say that we're all relying on my part, because I also have a resume as well.
No, thank you, Dan. That's a great point.
But Dan, I don't want to take anything away from your successes. Cannabis is new to everyone. And the challenges are even more exacerbated because we have an incredibly large dug in illegal market. And so what we would hope is for you to be in our community in this business is to set you up to succeed, and that the community is a partner with those that end up coming into our community. So all I'm saying is I just don't have enough information this evening for me to be comfortable with a vote.
Do we need to come with rendering? Like, what do we need? Like, we're the only nonprofit probably coming to you. All this money is going to low-income people with AIDS. We're building housing for 700 people with HIV and AIDS. Like, we've been in your community for over 30 years. We employ 1,000 New Yorkers. We have health. I'm opening a health clinic with 3 floors at 125th in Lexington. Everybody else coming to you is probably just lining their pockets with this money. We're putting it back into the community. So, I mean, I don't know, other than giving you renderings and telling you how committed we are to Chelsea, we've had a lease there for over 30 years. What do you need? What do we need? What do we need to do to win you over?
Yeah, Housing Works doesn't need to win me over. My issue is that we have an application that's being presented, and there's really no information that was given other than you're enthusiastic about being in the community. That's all. It just didn't seem, there was not real preparation in my.
Andrew, just to be clear, it's just because we have from the other, it's just a comparison to the other applicants, Andrew, and it's where we have received more detail about their security plans and delivery plans. Like, it's just a lack of. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to also give Andrew and Dan some cover here. They certainly have asked, like, what additional material. We are growing as a task force.
Right.
We have not actually asked every time to get a security plan, a best before plan, so there's a bit of like us learning while we're doing this. So I do want to acknowledge that if we had asked Dan and Andrew, they would have provided it to us. So
I appreciate you saying that, right? Because we've been bringing all types of different information to every single person and group in this step, right? And we came with the full intention of bringing anything required, and now I'm sitting in a meeting and I'm being told that something else is required, which is great. That's fine. We'll get it for you. We just need to know exactly what it is.
Understood. Thank you. I'm ready to proceed to a vote. Is there a motion on the table? I can't do it.
All right, motion to write the letter to approve this application with stipulation, including stipulations that we receive, I say in a quite timely manner, security plan, delivery plan, I guess ideally floor plan, and also proof of contact with local neighborhood block associations, that kind of thing.
And contact the school.
And I think the next board meeting is early January, first week of January. So if we are to have time to review that, I think really probably in the next couple of days would be good, so that we have time to all look over that for the full board, but with all those caveats to approve with stipulations with the motion.
Second. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Abstain.
Abstain? Present not eligible. Okay, the motion passes. There's a hand. So we're gonna move on. The motion passes. And so we will see you, we hope to get the information from you guys in the next couple of days. Thank you very much for coming, and we will see you and this letter at full board. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you, board.
Thanks, Jesse. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, number 4, 3. I just got that, and it's, go back to the video when we need it. That's the ultimate note taker, so appreciate it. All right, number 4 on our agenda, 356 West 40th Street, Greenleaf Cannabis LLC / Hell's Kitchen Cannabis Collective. This is the current grower showcase on West 40th Street that has been operating there for the last few months. If you are here to speak on behalf of Hell's Kitchen Cannabis Collective, I see Patrick. Anybody else, please raise your hand and we will move you over. Thank you very much.
Cam, real quickly, for some reason, I can't take you off the panel. So, if you.
Sorry about that. I wondered
No,
why,
no, it's
why I
not-
was still up there. I will be happy to close, to depart the meeting and close.
Again, it's not you, it's just technology, just to be clear, you didn't do anything wrong.
Leave and come back, but just when you leave, no, you leave and you come back, but don't, yeah.
I think Pam was saying she's done.
Okay. That's fine too.
More than welcome to stay as well, no problem.
All right, and just before you start, Patrick, just for timing's sake, and for those who are online, when I open it up to the public, if we could try to get the public comments within the public comment.
So if you want to speak
portion.
on this upcoming one, you should
Yes.
raise your hand now.
Exactly, if you'd like to speak on this, or as you listen to the presentation, you want to speak, please raise your hand now, because the opportunity to speak and ask questions will be shortly coming, and then that window will close. Okay, Patrick, go ahead.
All right, thank you so much, everyone, for having me. I think I spoke to most of you 2 months ago and introduced myself and talked a little bit about the grower showcase we've been running. This is a little bit more of an in-depth presentation. I'm, for what it's worth, going to try to keep it brief, as everyone else has said, and I'm hoping you'll hold me to that. I also, I have a brief presentation I'd like to share with you, so I'm going to try to share my screen really quickly, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Excuse me. All right. Does everyone hear me all right?
Yeah, go ahead, Patrick.
Thank you so much. So today, I'm here before you to introduce, Greenleaf Cannabis LLC, which is the first female-owned cultivation license awarded in New York State after legalization. Greenleaf Cannabis LLC has actually been headquartered in the building at 356 West 40th Street since the middle of the summer. And we are, as I spoke about last time, we are in process of attempting to convert, or not attempting, but we are converting our license to a micro business license as allowed by OCM and all the regulations, because the initial batch of cultivators was a conditional license, which after a period becomes eligible to be converted into another cultivation license on a permanent basis at multiple different tiers. So this is our application to proceed, where we've submitted to OCM the application to convert the cultivation license, which is right now, the address is a farm upstate in Schuylerville area, Washington County, and it's been growing for the last 2 years. Legal license tested cannabis, so we're really proud to be in the New York State industry and everything. So like the background I was saying, licensed New York State cannabis cultivator, we're submitting the application and we have been operating our grower showcase. I just want to say thank you to anyone who's at the meeting or tuning in who has attended it. It's been, a dream for me to bring legal cannabis to a community and sort of be an ambassador for it and curate it and share it with people and share my passion for it personally. And that's been, you know, sort of lived out this past fall and in the last 3 months. So we are formally ending December 30th, which is disappointing, but also I think kind of meant to be in a lot of ways, because all of the retail lessons we've kind of learned by diving into this world of illegal shops and craziness and you know, ever moving kind of regulations is feeding right into what we're able to do, hitting the ground running if the license application conversion is approved by the board and goes through properly. So we've been operating that. The ownership of Greenleaf Cannabis, Dr. Christine DeMarco was the original licensee, awarded the license. She's a holistic, you know, chiropractor and holistic healing practitioner who's, you know, gotten very, you know, enthusiastic about CBD and healing through CBD. So as a hemp grower, she was awarded the first license to cultivate cannabis as a female. It's still being grown on her family farm upstate in, like I said, Washington County. And she had sort of an opportunity with this license that was and a desire to create the best crops possible. So she partnered with Roland Jubin, who's actually been sort of an investor and you know, more on the ground operator of the farming operations in the last 2 years cultivating. He's an engineer as his background. He's a longtime New York City resident. He's an investor and sort of really buying into biodynamic cultivation, indoor horticulture, and sort of water conservation and sustainable cultivation methods. And he's also the owner of the building that we're occupying in Hell's Kitchen. He's owned it since 1994, so he's really proud to have been an investor in the community since you know, 1994. So that's the executive ownership team. The site, like I said, it is a 6-story above ground, 1-story below ground building on 356 West 40th Street. Originally is a jewelry factory, which I will talk about a little later. It plays into how how secure the building is. It's an industrial standalone building. It's got the right COA. It's got separated street access. It's across from the Port Authority police station. We've actually, you know, been in very close contact with the gentleman over there. Officers of, I believe it's Precinct 14, but I know it's Officer Brian Kelly is in charge of their community outreach and sort of director of that. He's been in this farmers market grower showcase, spoken to him in depth, and sort of, you know, he's made it clear, you know, that they are a resource for us and we're a resource for them, you know, going forward in the community and throughout this past fall, selling legal tested cannabis in the neighborhood. It was incredibly fortunate to have them so close. And, you know, all of the leases that are in the building right now are short term. So the building will be completely vacant and able to be occupied should the conversion occur in the next few months as it's supposed to. A side note there is that in my personal experience, OCM never really does things on the timeline that they say they will. So it's, you know, potentially foreseeable that this could happen a little more than in the next couple months, but that's what we're thinking and hoping for optimistically. This is a brief note on the automatic license conversion. I discussed it already. This is basically reflecting that, and also just a comment about how micro licenses are really not a high margin business, and it's not something that's set up to, you know, I would say, like, create a huge like profit for anyone, and also it'll be incredibly difficult to execute them. So I'm also, after this, we'll go into a little bit of detail about just exactly what the micro license has and what our business model will be. But there are the sites, the requirement for a micro license is that you must grow and you can sell. The cultivation and retail operations must occur in the same county. So if anyone, you know, people who know about real estate costs in New York City, it's incredibly rare to find that kind of setup to, you know, have a retail that's profitable and, you know, pay, you know, a correct amount of rent on a building that's profitable as well. And, you know, this is an industrial building that has electrical, you know, capabilities. So, and it comes preset with electrical capabilities to handle the operations. So, micro licenses, as I was saying, they must grow, they can retail, they are eligible to receive event permits, which is something the Office of Cannabis Management has not actually issued yet. They're finishing them up. They're using the grower showcases as kind of an inspiration and a model to base their event permit off of, which will be coming out the first half of 2024. The canopy size of cultivation varies on if you're going to grow indoors, mixed light, which is a greenhouse with lights in it, or fully outdoors. We would be obviously growing completely indoors and cultivating on really the most small batch craft type of ratios and yields and volume. So it would have to be like, and it will be incredibly boutique, high quality, very, very sort of vetted beforehand. So it's a known quantity, it's known and tested. And, people are going to be put in a position who are the term used now is legacy, because they've been, doing this in terms of something through our modern version of what prohibition was in the 20s. And they're people I truly respect, and I think pioneers of this industry, and they're the reason we have any industry at all. Because obviously, if it was up to the U.S. government, the genetics would be all gone. We wouldn't have anything. So that's the plan.
Thank you. I'm just gonna, if there's anything, just because we're right. Just hit a few of the highlights of just the actual plan, and then yeah, thanks.
I got about 1 minute left. Security plan, like I said, the building is perfectly outfitted already. It was a jewelry factory. It's got incredibly reinforced, walls, completely separate floors, all sorts of, extra like bolstering of all of the entryways, exits. We understand OCM's requirements for security are incredibly stringent. You have to have not only complete alarm surveillance, all of this coverage, but you have to contract like the utmost of professional contractors. It can't be any type of any type of hybrid with Amazon stuff or anything like that. It's all got to be done at the highest level. We've been taking bids from various security companies around as early as in September, because we had this plan to open the retail. So we're fully aware of the requirements. We've been speaking to dispensaries, and we're in the process of selling this past harvest from this past summer, and then we're going to be choosing our security outfitter and building out everything. So this, I'm sorry.
No, thank you. Is this your last slide?
Yeah, employment plan. We're going to employ about 10 to 20 employees. It's obviously multiple divisions within a larger business model. So it's going to be happening in stages where the retail will open, and then as funding happens, cultivation will occur, and it'll become, it'll be staged, but it'll be kind of, at first, the grower showcase. Hell's Kitchen Cannabis Collective will be back, and better than ever, completely, reformed and ready to crush it. And this is just a little bit about the outreach. We obviously emailed all of our block associations. We've got potential to do a ton of workforce training, and we've got a bid in to do workforce training. We have already partnered with community artists and community, artisans to display their wares and, participate in our kind of retail experience. And we're really proud to continue doing that. We've, put down roots in this community, and we're really excited.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the wholesome presentation and the thought you put into it. Because this is now a different type of, we have, everything is new to us, but this is now particularly new to us. Taking over an entire building to do a micro business where you are growing, cultivating, processing, and selling on the same site. And so am I to envision this, are we to envision this somewhat like a brewery without the consumption part, meaning that people can take tours and spend half a day going around learning how to cultivate, learning how to grow? Like, is that how you're envisioning this? And then on the separate part, please tell us about if there are plans for a consumption part, which are not part of your current application.
Yes. So to answer the first component of the question, I would say we would love to be able to give whoever wants to take a tour. I don't know if you've ever been to a cannabis cultivation site, but I have been from my home state of Michigan in Metro Detroit. There are, you know, in the multiple tens of cultivation sites, and they're all very, it's very laboratory-esque, and the sanitation could become a concern if it's a like, you know, constant tour thing. That's something I don't think we'd want to do. However, what we really do want and have a bid in, like I was saying, is showing and demonstrating cultivation to interested parties who are interested in joining the workforce, joining the industry. That is something that we are building into the plan from day one, is to work with anyone in the city, any of the nonprofit organizations I know, or the actual mayor's office, the Sheeta Dawson at Cannabis NYC, if they'll have us, and they're looking for partners to do workforce training. And that would be kind of, and to answer your second question, yes, it would be kind of exactly like that brewery model without the consumption. With the grower showcases, consumption was not allowed in any capacity. So I'm not sure if that's going to carry over into the event permits that are issued by OCM, which will be eligible to apply for event permits. However, the consumption lounge license is a separate license that is down the road. It's in the distance. It's something we have eyes on, is something potential that could occur, but it would be obviously a separate license, separate meeting, separate application.
So that's just what I want. I just want to make sure that you understood that it would be us potentially approving your application tonight would not mean that we are necessarily signing off on future plans for consumption on site, and that would be a separate event. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the consumption lounge would be totally different.
Great. And separately, and before I open up, you know, you're honest, and you mentioned that you have a rooftop, which is pretty cool. It's like a whole building. Obviously, you say you don't intend to use the rooftop now, and I just want to again clarify, you would come back to us before any proposals to use the rooftop at any capacity.
Yeah,
also
absolutely.
a whole other set of issues. Okay, great.
Yeah, we need to talk it over. Yeah.
Other questions, comments from the task force?
Yep, as this is new, one of the issues that other types of growers have is fire risk, those types of issues. I don't know if OCM requires, if you are growing indoors, specific outlining of what electrical components need to be in place to ensure safety, et cetera. Has there been outreach to FDNY to ensure that this building, being, even though it's been owned by this particular owner since the 1990s, it's a much older building. So just in terms of safety from a different perspective, the safety that we can usually talk about with cannabis is very different. This is from the fire side. So wondering if that's part of the plan.
Yeah, absolutely. We're open to taking any feedback, and obviously would have like complete, full, thorough inspections done before any type of like renovation and cultivation occurs upstairs. Like I said, the initial rollout of the micro license would include starting with the retail to kick off funding and sort of escalate, not no pun intended, up the building. And obviously we're aware of the age of the building and aware of sort of the the electrical situation with cannabis. It's a huge power draw, but like I said, with its background as a factory, we have access to that power, and we're also obviously aware of the necessary components that need to go into upgrading the actual outlets and the actual like wiring that comes into the walls and everything in that regard.
Okay, so just to clarify, that's the future state, and what we are looking at is the retail that you would be putting in as part of the conversion. Is that correct?
And I mean, as far as like the approval tonight, we'd like obviously it to encompass the entire micro business plan. Obviously, the consumption lounge is a separate thing.
Okay.
We're happy to supply extra information, but I do know that like the cities and city inspector was recently there, and obviously cannabis is a separate instance, but we're constantly like, maintaining, eyes on all of it. And we've been in the building recently, like this past fall every day. So we're kind of noticing what's new and what's, about to, become replaced.
Okay, so I just want to note that concerns about fire plan, fire prevention, et cetera, and then as you already mentioned, a lot of electricity is used, the energy draw, if there are opportunities for greening of your operation, that's really important. So those are some things I'd like to just say that I have as concerns. I don't need for you to respond to that now, but I just wanted to say that I just wanted to note that those are things that I'm
Thank you.
thinking.
Great, great comments, concerns. Anyone else from the task force? We're open up to the public. Okay, I know we have at least one member of the public in person who has a comment or question on this, and then we will turn it over to those online. But again, if you are online and have a comment or question on this application, 356 West 40th Street, now is the time to raise your hand. Sir.
Yes, from a quality of life perspective, this one and the next one are both within 1,000 feet of several other cannabis shops.
Yes. So every shop that's currently on West 40th Street is an illegal dispensary. So the ultimate goal is to shut those down, and we as a task force and as a community board are urging all of our elected officials and partners to push additional legislation and to be able to shut these down, but also to use the tools already at their disposal to enforce, meaning that OCM, the sheriff's office, other city agencies need to step up their game and be shutting these places down. Because there are already illegal dispensaries on these blocks, I can tell you that it is already very, very difficult for the legal dispensaries, such as the grower showcase on the block that is there, to even compete. So, we see them as separate issues and separate, we see them separately, and we think that ultimately having a legal dispensary that can compete, that has the resources and ability to compete, and is known as somewhere that you should frequent because it is safe, reliable, secure, and all the reasons, would hopefully be another thing to help push out all the other illegal dispensaries. But just because there are a number of illegal shops at a particular location, I do not think is a fair reason to punish people who have been legally going through the process as they should be, which meaning trying to get their license. I think it would be unfair to hold them accountable for the illegal acts of others.
From a quality of life perspective, it'd be great if an approval waits until the illegal shops are done away with. If for good, then something like this can proceed. From a quality of life perspective, fair or not, it's New York. One of the things, if I were them trying to do this, I would make it my mission to put these guys out of business, and then they can proceed. Because, the reality is, I don't think the regulation distinguishes between illegal or legal.
Yes,
it does.
Yeah,
It does.
absolutely.
Okay, well, the issue is in reality, they're there and they're not going anywhere.
They are going somewhere. So
when that happens, then.
So I apologize, but you missed Jesse's opening. So what we did talk about is that, as you just said, Jesse, these are separate and distinct, and your point of view is shared by many within the community. That it is difficult to think about pushing forward anything else until the others are closed. However, this process is opining on whether or not the legal process in these locations are appropriate, separate and distinct, which allows for all of these applicants to then go into a lottery, which then also takes some time. So hopefully with the pressure on our electeds, as well as enforcement, which has been ramped up, that we start to see a lot of these. Well, in some cases, we are seeing that they're being closed down, but we know what we're up against is that there's a lot of money in the illegal business. And so they are being fined $10,000 a day, but they're staying open.
And it continues to be a problem, and believe me, we understand that, but we have to believe that this is a small, enforcement is the largest part of dealing with the problem, but a small part of dealing with the problem may be also getting the legal market up and running also to compete. But we understand the quality of life concerns, and we understand it seems ridiculous. Anyone online,
Brian.
Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, committee. I also want to say, Patrick, that was a very good presentation. I think the board should note the quality of that presentation compared to the previous applicants. Just an aside comment. My name is Brian Weber. I'm a public member on Community Board for Land Use Committee. I am the co-chair of the West 36th Street Block Association, and I am also the president of the Midtown South Precinct Community Council. Just want to clarify something, Patrick. I know you've been in touch with Officer Kelly. Officer Kelly is the Community Affairs Officer from the Midtown South Precinct, which is also the 14th Precinct, and that is located on West 35th Street between 8th and 9th Avenue, not at Port Authority. Port Authority does have a different police force. This is not a comment on the applicant, it's a comment on the location. And I understand the merits of this single building for cultivation and retail purposes. However, it needs to be noted that this area suffers from an incredibly high crime rate, particularly with respect to narcotics activity. 9th Avenue, which is fairly close to the applicant's shop, particularly between 40th and 39th and 38th Street, suffers from a lot of criminal activity surrounding narcotics, surrounding quality of life. And that is a concern for the community. It should also be noted, regardless of how the board votes, that the New York Department of Corrections and Community Supervision, the State Parole Board, is located at 314th West 40th Street, which is 440 feet from the applicant's address at 356. And I also want to note that 410 West 40th Street is the home of Metro Baptist Church, which is a church that also offers social services to the communities. So what I question is the appropriateness of this business at this location. I've had similar conversations with Community Board 5 due to the concentration of crime and quality of life concerns of the community. I will say there have been no incidences in Patrick's facility. I've actually spoken to Officer Kelly. He's talked about how impressively run it is. So it's not a comment on the facility, it's a comment on the conditions on the street immediately outside your front door, and it is a concern. So I leave this to the board's discretion, but I would not vote in favor of this location. Patrick, we would love to have you in the community, just not here.
Thank you, Brian. Is there anybody else from the public who wishes to speak on? I see Michael.
Yeah, can I go last?
Yeah, well, you're next. You're up. You.
Oh, all right. So I think it's an appropriate location. I think it's an appropriate business. I know that in your presentation you mentioned improving sidewalks and streets. I wonder how you would do that. In terms of crime, I think that some of the biggest crime in the city is wage theft. I wonder how much you would be paying your employees. And I am all for legalization and decriminalization. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Michael. Patrick, before you respond, just take note of the, is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? No, okay. Patrick, let me give you a chance just to respond to any of those concerns, and then I have some comments, and we'll turn it over to the tap. But if you want to just address the fairway.
Okay. Absolutely, yeah. So I'll rattle down the list. The first concern was about the unlicensed shops, and that was the last slide of my presentation. Wish I'd gotten there. I would say check out unlicenssednyc.com. It's a database that is being collated of all the unlicensed shops in the whole city. There are a lot of people who believe there will not be a legal industry if we cannot come together to shut down the illicit market. So that is a resource that we are working on collaborating with. Bruce Sturman is the head of the New York City Cannabis Industry Association and Hudson Valley Cannabis Industry Association. He's putting this project together. So that's where we are with that. That's part of our community outreach. Also, I will say, I heard a comment about how every application is a lottery. We're not a lottery, we're an automatic conversion. It's just if the location is approved, which leads me to the, concerns about the location not being good. That's I understand and empathize with what you're saying as far as the crime rate. It's something I see when I go out of work every day. People trying to sell me illicit cannabis, which is quite ironic and annoying leaving work. But it's something that, there's no other building I would defy to find even in Manhattan. I was trying to make the point that, the sidewalk and area surrounding us is something we have the potential to improve, and we would be dedicated to improving if that's something that was, if we were allowed to be there, that's something that would, we'd take a lot of pride in having that corner and, maintaining it. And, from the idea of potentially security outside, I heard the term street sweepers, that's been something discussed from us, and sort of, other cosmetic improvements as needed or as requested. We're open to all types of discussions, because, this is, there's nowhere else, unfortunately. That's there's no other investor in the farm who owns a building.
Real quick, just address wages and then do you plan, just yes or no, do you plan on paying your employees a fair wage?
Well, so far I've mainly just been my only employee as the shop guy on the floor every day. It's our intention to absolutely pay a fair wage to live in the city. Absolutely.
Great.
I live in Queens, and I'll try to match that,
Thank you very much. All right, so turn it over to task force discussion. So I actually, there's a couple things. So we need to just address all the concerns that we talked about. And then we do need to talk a little bit about this automatic conversion and what it means for our next applicant, because now that does actually, it is more in our control than I anticipated. So first, just on the applicant as it stands alone, I think everyone has spoken, and you've heard Patrick that, they've been operating their space well. There've been no complaints. And I actually think it's sort of an ideal location for a dispensary, one, because it is not a residential block. And it is a block that needs improvement. And I think that a well-run business or in a high-end business coming into the block can actually improve the way that the block looks and feels. Not to mention, having security out front is a very good way to make people feel safe on the block. And in fact, one of the stipulations I might want is, it's not going to be too much of an additional cost, but because the fire hazard is a very good point too, and they're concerned. So I might want someone on site 24 hours a day, just in terms of security and just to be aware of. I don't know, we can talk. Maybe that's too much of an ask, but knowing that ultimately, I think this is one location that we need to ask that they always have security posted, not behind the door, but literally at the door. To make sure that the block and the sidewalk out front is safe. Are there, go ahead.
Jesse, I don't think we need to even be that prescriptive. I think that they need to explore how to secure that building, considering the building will be operating 24/7 if they're gonna grow.
Exactly.
I would say, separating the fact that, Brian, as you know, I'm president of the Midtown North Police Precinct Council. We hear, the same concerns and issues about the 8th Avenue and the 9th Avenue corridor and the drugs. They're two separate and distinct issues. I think the one thing that we've noted, because this operation has already been in the community and hasn't had any complaints and does operate very well, it is a model on how we can eventually transform the industry. And the industry, as we are seeing across the country, it's staying. So let's figure out how to do this and do this right. I do agree that this block, it would be troublesome because we have other problems, but it seems like what we have here is an operator who certainly wants to be engaged and involved in a positive way within the community and not looking for the profit, but looking to go ahead and think about workforce development, think about how they can improve the street, how they can actually bring a quality product that is safe for those that happen to use this product. So from that perspective, I think that the proof is already there. They have been able to operate here.
Yeah.
And we have not seen problems.
Right.
Certainly not any of the problems that we see with the illegals. So that's a positive. And so for that reason, I think it's important to recognize, even though it's automatic and there isn't this pause, that they haven't created a trouble or
No, they have
problem for the community.
Yeah, the track record speaks for itself, Patrick, and that's, you know, you're the only one who's gonna be able to say that, but obviously, had there been issues, we would know and have heard of it, and so it's, you know, and exactly as Dolores said, the dedication to the community is important. Are there any other questions or comments about, and I do think I do think you may have, I don't know if it was your initial intent to try to convert an entire building, or maybe you just lucked into it, but that really is quite a find in terms of, and I, you know, a rare opportunity to actually do something and really bring something unique to our community, I think shouldn't be overlooked. They might be the only one, they might be the only one to be able to do something like this, so,
I want to see that.
Oh, they were here for the summer.
they've been here for our opinions. So now, the only other thing, yes, Jesse.
I just wanted to add, I think, a number of points that Dolores made, I think, and I know that the sidewalk in the, I forget how we call it, lighting or sidewalk or something, I think that's an important component of it, and maybe putting that in.
Yeah.
That being a good stipulation.
Yeah.
Right now, we don't, I understand that they might not be able to put together a plan and give it to us by full board, but we would like them to provide us one eventually. And I also think with a full building, when you do a full building like this, I can only assume what's coming out of that building besides the product, and the customers is a lot of other things like trash and all that stuff. And we typically have always asked for like a sanitation plan, and I think that would be a standard.
I think Patrick had mentioned that the future use, actually, you're talking about tours would create a problem with sanitation.
Yeah, but so we would look for.
Yeah.
So we would look for.
The sidewalk.
Yeah.
Like with the trash.
So Patrick, we would look for a sanitation plan from you, and definitely, yes, a commitment for significant, like increased lighting on the sidewalk, in some way or another, so that, the area gets, is lit and feels safe for your customers and your employees. Okay, so the question on conversion, automatic conversion, and Patrick, I'm gonna ask a little bit of you to weigh in, and, my sense then would be, if we recommend approval for Patrick, it is in some way an automatic vote of denial, or recommended of denial for the next applicant. Typically, what we would do, typically our approach would be to take each applicant as they come, and it is not for us to decide who gets priority, because OCN has a way of prioritizing card applicants over other applicants, C applicants over other applicants. It's a lottery system, as Laura said, so it really doesn't matter, and we should just take each applicant as they come. I still think that should be the case here.
I agree. I don't.
I still think that should be the case here, but it seems to be the reality, though, is.
But that doesn't impact
It doesn't,
what we're
no.
doing. If
Okay.
you think about it, this is OCM's rules.
Yeah. Okay.
We are responding to each applicant,
Great.
and
Then that's the
that's-
case, and then they will have to sort it out. That there are exemptions to the 1,000-foot rule if people decide that they want to be exempt. So as taking this applicant then as it stands, is there a motion on have we just discussed, so the conditions that I heard were just having and they do have a significant security plan, but knowing that there is a plan in place to.
We have Brian has raised his hand, as Michael has raised his hand.
Do we normally take public comments, like after board discussion?
in normal meetings, yeah. No, I mean, the only place we haven't done it is full board, because we've been pressed for time.
We are. We're not pressed for time. Brian, go ahead, just.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to debate you. I'm just gonna ask that, I see the direction this is going. I was just gonna ask, and I think Patrick is a terrific applicant, and I think this is a really interesting project. I'm just gonna ask that the board indicate in their letter to OCM the conditions that are prevalent on West 40th Street, the proximity to the New York State Parole Board, and Metro Baptist Church. I just think it's fair that that's in there. But I think that a lot of reservations about this application have been alleviated by the presentation and by the board's discussion. But I just want it noted for public record, because I feel like OCM has no awareness of context with respect to where they're proposing applications. So this is thought.
So I'd be happy to adopt that. I would be happy to describe the conditions on the street. I'm not sure I see relevance of the parole board,
I think we can just say the community can be attended and raise these concerns.
Well, I do think it's completely appropriate to demonstrate that this operation has been a good citizen despite the conditions in this area, as well as the massive amount of illegal shops that are in the area. They continue to be upstanding, and we have concerns about the overall condition. However, this applicant has demonstrated, at least to me, a willingness to work as a community partner. So I'm hoping that that addresses what Brian was talking about, that we are at least giving the sense of the conditions. Okay, he gives a thumbs up.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion then that we.
Brian,
Oh, sorry, this is Michael.
Michael, what's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to say nothing speaks to justice more so than this location being right next to a parole facility and a police department. I think that those are two industries that have played a role in incarcerating our Black and brown brothers and sisters. And I think it's about time that we pay dues where dues are owed. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
So I make a motion to approve this conversion, noting that we would like to see for those future plans, not only security, but we'd also like to see sanitation plans, as well as fire and electrical conditions that would allow them to operate in that way. I think that in fairness to Michael's point, and also to ask that as they grow their operation, that fair wages are there for their folks, and that we highlight what the conditions are in this particular location.
Sure, and I would like to add.
Wages, like in fairness, I think that's a valid point about any retail business in the city.
Fair wages.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's fair to be like this, with all due respect to Michael, like.
It does make it seem like he was.
It does make it seem like he was like, not like we think he's, up to something underhanded with how he's compensating his employees, which I think is not a fair thing to insinuate.
It is true, if we added, maybe it insinuates that he was not, we doubt his commitment to that. I do want to add lighting on the sidewalk commitment.
Yes.
And I also do want to put it in writing, although, Patrick, I found to be very honest and straightforward, but I do want to put it in writing that any future, I think it's the law as well, but any future change of space as you presented it tonight, including consumption, including having large events, we want you to come back for that. Even if and the roof, and Patrick, I'm saying because OCM sometimes gets ahead of us, it doesn't think through everything, and so there may come a time when OCM does give you, if you get this license and they give you some sort of additional license to hold big events, we are saying that you need to come back to us in that moment as well, even if they go ahead and do it. All right.
Don't worry, Jesse,
Okay.
I got you.
So I made a motion.
Second.
All those in favor? Excellent. The motion passes. A recommendation for approval for your conversion. Thank you so much, Patrick.
Thank you all so much.
See you soon.
Good luck.
Okay, and good luck. And I do like, by the way, I think that is it is another great opportunity for us to comment on the illegal shops in the area. So I really appreciate.
We can reinforce that.
I really appreciate that suggestion, because it's a perfect time to do that. Exactly. So.
So now I got you. Now the attendee thing is back. Great.
Great. Next on the agenda, 304 West 40th Street, between 8th and 9th Avenue, the Hell's Kitchen Store LLC.
Can you guys raise your virtual hands? Who's here for that presentation? I know Bruce is one of them.
Bruce, are you there? You're here for the Hell's Kitchen Store, 304 West 40th Street. Please raise your hand. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next one, and then we'll come back at the end. Sorry, what's next? 543 West 42nd Street. West 42nd Street. This is DTPFF. If you're here on behalf of DTPFF, please raise your hand and we will move you over. And also, please pass the donuts. Send this way.
Just left.
I'm just part of these guys on here.
Okay, then we'll move on
So they're
to.
also, maybe, is it possible we're not being heard? That seems strange.
Oh.
Can anyone who knows us raise their hand if you can still hear us?
Okay, Ryan, thanks, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan. So, all right, moving on from DTPFF, we are now going to item 7, 107 West 25th Street.
Zenleaf.
Oh, here.
Wait.
Going back. Now we don't know who's who.
What is happening? Okay, everyone. I'm gonna ask.
Bring up.
No, should I just have everyone put their hands back down? Okay, I'm gonna ask everyone to just please put their hands back down. I'm gonna go back to, because I did Bruce raise his hand there.
I thought he did for a second.
Okay, all right, sorry, go all the way back. One more chance, 304 West 40th Street, Hell's Kitchen Store. If you're here for Hell's Kitchen Store, now is your chance to raise your hand. Okay, there we go.
Bruce. All right.
Bruce, you're gonna move over.
Bruce, you have to accept me when I promote you to panelist, you need to accept. There we go. Head is gonna accept. You hand that over here.
Hello.
Okay, Bruce is with you, right? I'm right.
I'm with DTPFF Enterprises. Is this the? I know there was some moving around the agenda, so I couldn't really hear that well.
So.
Do you want to?
Sorry, yeah, let's do this. All right, okay. Bruce, we're gonna come back to you because we're having trouble there. So we're now on item 6, 543 West 42nd Street, DTPFF.
Yeah, that's us.
And you can start with what that stands for. Okay, go ahead, sorry, Ted, take it away.
Hi, this is Teddy Anastasio. I am the attorney and representative for DTPFF Enterprises Inc. It is an extra priority applicant for a cannabis dispensary located roughly on the corner of West 42nd Street and 11th Avenue. We have an executed lease for the building. We submitted our application to the Office of Cannabis Management prior to the deadline of November 17th. That was a deadline to apply with applications with real estate. We submitted, I think, around December 4th, a questionnaire that was for the kind of a mini application of security plan, hiring plan for the community board, as well as an email for the block associations, and that came with a email attached for that, a PDF that showcases our email to the block associations, in addition to the proof of posting on the enterprise building and the 4 corners surrounding the neighborhood. And we were previously approved as an applicant for another location on West 23rd Street. But we withdrew that application after realizing, and we discussed this in the board hearing, I think the last time we presented, that it was across the street from a card licensee. And then after meeting with the entrepreneur owner there, we decided not to go forward with that location, and then find a different location that's not competitive to any card licensee, which is landed us on West 42nd Street and 11th Avenue. My client is again at work. I think last time you met with him, he was at a construction site. Now he's taking a final exam for his MBA program. So I'm here at Steed. But the final part of my presentation is that based on our prior approval of this applicant, we are now just in a different location. So we respectfully request the board to approve us as well for this location. Considering that we did take the time to move our location to not be competitive with any other car licensee and to comply with some of the board's wishes about moving locations. And with that, I want to thank the board for their time and all their extensive deliberations for this project. I know it's been a lot for you guys, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ted.
I just think for Alan's sake, just to let you know that this applicant had a space, a very large space on 23rd Street and presented from that space. And at that time presented what their plans were and how they want to operate, and we had no objections to it. Right. So we have heard this group before. They have accommodated and now have found a different location because there was another applicant that was a card applicant that would have been across the street.
That we had already approved.
That had already been.
Right. All right, who's the point person on this application? Okay, that would be my fault for not talking these out correctly. All right, a little bit of improvising here. Can you just tell us about this? Tell us about this specific space and what's immediately around it, and why is this a good location? It's 42nd Street, so I imagine
it's a bowling alley.
It's a pretty good location, but what's nearby?
It's next to the 7-Eleven, and it was a former bowling alley. And it's a subdivided space, so it's roughly around 2,000 square feet. Directly across the street, it's just an empty parking lot. Or space. I assume at some point it will be a development. There's a lot of residential towers. When you cross 11th Avenue, obviously the giant complex, I think Star Towers. I forget the exact name. I used to do cold plunging on the roof once, and they got I got scared. I was like, no more cold plunging for me. So yeah, I mean, it's on practically on 11th Avenue. It's not as busy as the other areas in the community district, but we think that the OCM will be offering a lot more licenses. This will be a very small community oriented a dispensary. Part of the renderings will have frosted glass. We're not going to have any kind of activities on the inside open to the public for different reasons. One, the applicant, being in recovery, does not want to showcase people buying cannabis, especially for underage children or folks that are under 21, to not entice them, or that this is actually a great thing, just like a liquor store or any other product that's you need to be over 21 for. There'd be no on-site consumption, and there'd be no and if there's delivery allowed, would do largely delivery, and I think the focus would be on delivery, considering there's not much pedestrian traffic in that area.
Conducting a traffic assessment, I thought that was a novel idea. When would you do that? On your applications? Traffic assessment, you mentioned doing a traffic assessment.
Oh yeah, we worked before with called Dynamic Traffic. They're traffic engineers, so to make sure that there's no impact on vehicle traffic patterns. So if folks do double parking and they jump out to get cannabis, is that going to be an issue? How would you mitigate that? In terms of delivery, cannabis products are generally very small, so you just need a Sprinter van to deliver your wholesale goods. But how would that impact congestion? So we've seen in the city, that's one of the biggest issues for congestion, is that delivery trucks just double park, they unload, causing traffic jams and slowing down bus lanes. So at what times of the day is it impactful to do delivery, 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, or late at night, and how that intersects with security.
Great. By the way, what does DTPFF stand for?
DAT PIF.
Yeah.
That's the guy I think we met.
No, I think that's after, so that's, no. Yeah. go.
But, here's something that's interesting about this particular location. It is, very sparse in terms of a lot of activity. The only thing that I think that brings to mind anything we'd be concerned about is a few blocks away, but it is more than a couple blocks away is a success, school. But again, that's several blocks away, and these are extremely young kids. Their parents are usually bringing them to school, so doubtful that would be an issue or problem. I think that this operator demonstrated last time their intentions were very positive. I think this location is actually even better, only because of the fact that it is part of the West. There aren't a lot of illegals right in that area, and it's right next to a police station.
Yeah, that's helpful. Can you remind me from our conversation last time, your client's commitment to, the application is wonderful and filled a lot of details, so we appreciate that. But just to make sure that everything on the application does get implemented, your client said that he's committed to hiring professionals in the cannabis field, since, he and most people don't have experience here. So is he committed to, can we have it as a condition of our letter to that, that your client will engage with a cannabis consultant or someone of that sort to get his business up and running?
Yeah, no, that whatever stipulations and conditions the board has to make sure the business is successful, we're more than welcome for. So that there's no issue there whatsoever. And I think he identified a cannabis operator out of Massachusetts and Vermont who's interested in coming in and helping run the store for like a management services fee. And I think that's permissible. I have a direct experience with talking to that potential operator, but I think they're like close to negotiating it like a deal. But whatever the board requires for us to do, we're more than happy to do so, and then present if we're lucky enough to get licensed, which again, based on a lottery, it's not a guarantee, but we're hopeful.
Okay, thank you very much.
I was just gonna add, in terms of outreach, and I don't know, we haven't asked them yet about outreach in terms of, they've had the block association. I just want to ask Michael, did you, I'm not sure, Ted, I'm looking at the wrong text. Ted, have you guys done community outreach in terms of the block association list that we provided you? And have you got any feedback?
Yeah, we sent an email to all the block associations. There was one bounce back that we have intention to open up a dispensary at this location, and we attached the notice to municipality. So I can forward that to you as well, or I can just look at my phone quickly and tell you the date that was sent. But it was definitively with either later in November or early December.
And so I would just add, and I don't think it's on that list that we sent you, so is Covenant House. I just think that is a good location for you guys to do outreach to eventually. It shouldn't be a population that should ever be entering your facility because they're all teens. But nonetheless, that is a teen home shelter, one of the largest teen shelters that we have there, and so it'd be good for you guys just to be aware of that and in communication.
Right. Thank you.
And I can provide that information if you can.
We can do the outreach, and also for residents that are nearby, doing direct canvassing to inform them that this is a cannabis dispensary, so they can educate their children or the folks that live on those adjacent properties. We're more than happy to do that as well. I think people should be aware of what's coming in the neighborhood, so they can prep and educate underage constituents. And again, we're more than happy to do that direct outreach, more so than just an email, like leafletting and knocking on doors to inform them of that.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Oh, no, we gotta open up to the public.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know. We don't know. Does anyone here from the public wants to speak on DTPFF 543 West 42nd Street? Please raise your hand now.
I think Joseph. Sure.
Sorry, I thought it was just those are the folks for the next.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll find out.
We'll find out. Survey says.
We know Michael.
We know Michael.
We know Michael. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I know that there was discussion about the delivery and the double parking issue. One of the bigger problems on 42nd Street is that M42 bus. I think a big potential solution could be really extra large loading zone. I wonder if you've ever thought about, in the long term, just applying for that. And then in terms of delivery, will you all be offering delivery? I'm really excited about welcoming you to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Michael, for your questions. We haven't looked into like having a larger loading zone. I think that'd be part of a traffic assessment upon licensure. Again, the inventory for cannabis products are like edibles and pre-rolls, which are very compact in nature. So even a large van can be easy to drop off, and to do so where it doesn't inhibit any of the bus traffic is something we'll work with the traffic engineers and the board and the local precinct on. And then in terms of delivery, I think that's, I've been in New York for, since I was 18 years old, and like I've always gone to the bodega to get my cookies. Since the pandemic, I now order, seamless to get my cookies, which is obscene. Instead of walking literally just downstairs, like a couple flights to go outside and grabbing the cookies, I pay for the delivery because I am too lazy to do so. And I think delivery is going to be a huge part of the cannabis industry going forward. Only because, leaving aside stereotypes about people that consume cannabis, just how folks, order, cookies to food to even common items on CVS and other kind of goods. That's going to be a big focus. And, I think a long-term question that the city and the state, the board should look into is the implications on the retail space 5-10 years from now, when folks will not be frequenting these in-person retail dispensaries as much as they would on delivery.
Thank you very much, Ted. Joseph.
Hi. So I live in this building, the building where 542 is currently the All Stars Theater. It is the condo portion of our condo building, and we have monthly board meetings for both the condo and the co-op. And no one has notified us of this. No one. We found out. I got an email from someone on the board who took a picture of a notice on the door of the theater that this was happening tonight, 15 minutes before this meeting. No one in this building knows this because it just got posted 15 minutes ago. So one, I'm just really concerned about that. Two, there was someone mentioned Covenant House. We actually had people from Covenant House break into our building on the 43rd Street side and basically take over an apartment for months and squat and use it as sort of an alcohol and drug den for a while. And you'll see a police report on that if you actually look it up. And also the physical access of 543 West 42nd Street, their elevator actually opens into the residential lobby of 529. So that's also a concern that the elevator in this space actually opens into our residential lobby of the co-op. And we've never seen any plans for like, how is this space being partitioned? So there's been all this talk about security issues or whatever, but here's a facility where the elevator in the basement of the All-Star Theater opens into the residential lobby of a co-op. I don't know. Nobody's presented anything to us whatsoever. So I'm really kind of alarmed that no one has approached us with any of this.
Well,
Ted, you can't.
So I'm happy to address those questions head on. One, I think it's very unfortunate that there was not notice or or an indication that you just learned about it today. Hop on and have these questions. We would gladly have addressed these conversations, these issues in person. Sure, we were made aware. You were made aware of it earlier in time. Again. I think it's just very inconvenient that we have to discuss this at a public hearing, but that's what public hearings are for. Two, the floor renderings does not include any entryway into the residential elevator or that main lobby. It's in a very expansive area.
It's 31,000 square feet.
Yeah, it's 31,000. It's 2,000 of that 31,000 square feet. I'm happy to show you the executed lease, which is next to the 7-Eleven. Plus, if we were going to be allowed to operate, if we're licensed, we need to get approval, I believe, from the condo board. So that's something we need to get buy-in from all the residents. So that's something that a hurdle that we need to pass. And if we don't, then we can't operate in the building. So just to be very clear, there has to be direct engagement and approval with the condo and the condo board. But for that, there'd be no operation here whatsoever. So unless we pass.
So I understand it. So I should have looked at the lease more closely, but your lease, as a condition in your lease, requires approval of the entire condo board.
No, there's no condition in the lease that requires approval for the condo board. What it is that there's a condo board that's of residents above. So
yeah, I know. I'm on board.
Yeah, no. So what we said is we won't operate unless we get approval for the renderings and for the space from the condo board. We don't want to be in a building where folks aren't happy. Like if I had a cannabis dispensary in my building and they decided to operate without not just informing me I'm going to operate, but actually working with me in terms of what is the right space and how would I operate. That's the only way I'll allow a cannabis dispensary open in my building in New York City. So
sorry. Yeah. So Ted, it's just you're making a public commitment, one that we could add to our letter requiring, where you were stipulating that you would not proceed, even if you got your license to OCM, you would not proceed unless you had the sign off of the board.
Unless the board agrees, we will not operate. So we're happy to include that public stipulation.
All right.
I think it's only fair to the board and the residents as well.
Okay. If that's what you're committed, if you're okay doing that, and Joseph, is that all right with you? They're not going to move forward unless they get.
Yeah, I mean, if they'll commit that in writing, I think that's great. And I'm just unclear how this happened without us finding out about it.
Yeah, it's a little concerning. I don't know when you posted notice. Can you tell us when you physically posted notice?
Did he say? He said both.
No, just Ted.
I've lost Ted.
That was a hard question. No, he's there. Okay, Ted, do you know when you physically posted notice?
At the same time we did the block association email. So I think we sent that as an attack. Within the email, I think they organized the pages where the first 2 pages was the block association email, and then afterwards was notice of postings, which is like 4 different images.
So from what I'm understanding is that, and just so Joseph, so that you're aware, our process here is to listen to each applicant so they have an opportunity to apply. But it sounds like this applicant is understanding that they need to work with the community. They've already shown that commitment by moving a location because we expressed as a community board concerns where they wanted to be before. So it sounds like that they will work with your board, which to me is very reassuring, that they will want to hear whether or not the plans that they want to put forth meet the needs, the expectations, or need changes based on the feedback. And I think that's actually, reassuring that they're going to enter that conversation.
Yeah, and if you're willing to stipulate to that, there's no harm in putting that into the letter.
So I'm still a little unclear. I mean, maybe I'm the only one that does it unclear. So the retail space is condoed out. Is that what we're saying? And that's separate from
the overall building is a condo, and there's a co-op and a condo portion. So the All Stars Theater is the condo portion of the condo. The financing buildings are intertwined, right? So so there's shared budgetary expenses. So again, there's all these things, like if there's massive power consumption, who knows? Well, you guys aren't going to grow, but if you're just going to be a storefront, but like they're just a host of considerations. Again, the elevator in that space, whether they may not be using that particular part of the space, but the elevator in the All Stars Theater opens into our residential lobby, so it's worth a conversation. Like, you know.
No, we hear you. That's why we have this meeting, and we want to make sure.
I think that commitment is a strong one from the applicant again. But I would also say I think we would want to make sure by the full board that there's some that's been taking place.
Yeah. So Ted, can we get your commitment to meet with the Condop board within the next 2 weeks before our full board meeting?
We'll be more than happy to do that. That's fine. We can do that. Of
Okay,
course.
great. So we're gonna put that into our letter.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm not sure what everyone's availability is, just FYI. Like, I mean, it's Christmas, so like
That's a good point.
Well, I think from my perspective, and Joseph, this is no disrespect to you and your board, this is a very important thing, but I think the fact that there is a commitment on a public meeting that's being recorded, that they're willing to meet with
There you
you,
go.
means that they'll make it happen.
And I can certainly put everybody together. Like,
And look, if whatever the letter you're writing has it that they'll, it's subject to board approval, then that's fine. I mean, again, I don't know.
It'll be subject to board approval. Great.
Okay.
Or conduct approval.
Thank you for showing up, Joseph.
Thank you, Joseph.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll be in touch soon, and I apologize for any inconvenience or alarm this calls.
All right, thank you.
So we have.
Yeah, I have a motion to approve this location pending a conversation with the condo board and an understanding that there's a commitment by this applicant that they will not proceed even if they do receive the license if the condo board does not approve.
Yeah, I mean, there's two different boards. There's the condo and the co-op.
Got
it. FYI. So.
Wait, did they both need to approve or
I mean, they're both. I don't know the legalities. I mean, I don't really know, but we have a monthly meeting for both. We have a monthly condo meeting and we have a monthly co-op meeting. So
we'll describe both.
Yeah, we'll describe it.
We'll
Great.
describe both. That's my motion.
All right, do we have a second? Second. All those in favor? Great. We will have a letter of recommending approval subject to those conditions. Thank you very much, Ted. Thank you, Joseph, so much for coming and expressing those concerns. Excellent. Let's move.
Thank you, honorable board members.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Ted. Thank you for your flexibility. All right.
Enjoy the cookies.
There we go. Moving backwards now to
Bruce back over.
Yeah, number 5, 304 West 40th Street, Bell's Kitchen Store.
Thank you for showing up.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Bruce is here. Thank you. Bruce, you with us?
Bruce is here. Bruce needs to unmute.
You have to unmute, Bruce.
Any more donuts left?
I think so.
All that talk about lunches.
I knew it.
It's been studied.
So the one that you were eating was good, though. Yeah, see, I wasn't the one that Jesse ate.
Oh.
Not you, the other Jesse.
Oh.
He ate 2 of the same one.
I did.
I know, it was the vanilla frosting with the orange stuff on it.
Bruce, you gotta unmute yourself or we're moving on.
Oh, well, thank you, sir. My second one is probably-
5, I got it.
Yeah.
4.
Let's just go move on.
Moving on, please. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
We'll come back to you again if this can work.
All right, now moving again, jumping again, guys, we're going to number 7, 107 West 25th Street. This is Zenleaf LLC. What now?
Give me a second.
Oh, now Bruce is stuff.
No, I just said they're still in the meeting. I'll call you back. Bye.
Yes. Oh, great, okay, excellent. Thanks for listening. And thank you for your patience. In the dark.
Where did we go to?
We're going to number 7, Zenleaf.
I reviewed that one.
Great.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Yes.
Yes.
Nice to meet you all.
I can see it now. Good evening, buddy, everyone.
Hi, Irish.
I'd
How
like
are
to
you?
say Bill Reed and Bruce Barber are not associated with Zenleaf.
Oh, okay. Another one. Give me a second. Is this new picture? Yeah, that's right.
Okay, Dennis, can you hear me then?
Yes.
Yeah, hold on, just give us a second, we're just trying to get sorted here.
Sure. Take your time.
Don't put Bruce back in, because it's so hard long to get Bruce over it, so we're gonna leave Bruce where he is. He's on mute and off camera, so we can just move on with the Zenleaf.
All right, go ahead, guys, Zenleaf, go ahead.
How you doing, guys? I'll speak on behalf of Harash. Harash is my cousin. My name is Rinkesh. I'm joining with Dennis, who is our consultant, who's helping us with the licensing and the security plans. And yeah, so a little bit about Harash. Harash came to United States in 1995. Since then, he has been in retail space. Currently, he owns about 11 businesses in New York. He has Haagen-Dazs, Red Mango, some of the well-known franchise. He has some store, Haagen-Dazs in Roosevelt Mall, Red Mango in Roosevelt Mall. We have a couple of franchise restaurants around the New York and Pennsylvania area. He has 7 convenience stores, so he has an extensive experience in selling, controlled substance such as, obviously alcohol, beer, and cigarettes. So he's been pretty good. Are you cutting off? He has never received a ticket in his life in his stores with alcohol and cigarettes, so he's pretty strict with that. We plan on opening up a cannabis dispensary on 107 West 25th Street. We are looking to build a high-end store. Obviously, we want to follow the guidelines. The storefront will be non-transparent, like most cannabis stores. It will not have any, images or, cartoonish characters like most smoke shops have to attract kids. We are very against it. We're going to abide by the law and, not serve anybody under age of 21. Obviously, we do not want to look anything like smoke shops, illegal smoke shops that we have, thousands of around New York City alone. Yeah.
Would you like me to take it?
Yeah, you can take over, Dennis, if you want to talk a little bit about the, the floor plan and the security plan and all that. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. And I wanted to say thank you so much for the community board's time today. I wanted to add that the application was submitted under the SEE designation. So Harash is the sole owner of Zenleaf, applying as a minority-owned applicant. Rinkesh did a great job of explaining Harash's extensive experience in small business sales and handling controlled substances as a part of that, and our intent to ensure that the store is not appealing to youth, abiding by all legal stipulations, as well as being involved in the community. Speaking to that, they're a local business that wants to become part of the fabric of the community and offer local job opportunities and internships where available. As part of the previous questionnaire, it was asked if job opportunities would be posted via public hyperlink. Absolutely, that will be available. Sticking to their minority roots, they will prioritize diverse hiring practices, ensuring that everyone has a fair chance. And they will be donating their time and money to local charities around the area to ensure that they are an integral part of the community. By opening a legal cannabis retail store, their goal, in addition to operating the business, is to decrease the impact of the illicit cannabis market and providing a safe and legal alternative. We've heard this concern multiple times, and it's one that's shared amongst all of the members here. A big part of ensuring that the store is safe and serves the community and the people that are its patrons is ensuring that there is a rigid training program. This training program will train all employees to properly do age verification before they even enter into the store, handling sales confidently and ensuring no one that is intoxicated is able to purchase, handling any incidents as they arise, and ensuring that there's proper staffing to address the incidents that may be around the area and the space. Having proper documentation, such as standard operating procedures to ensure all staff know how to do their jobs and how to do them effectively, and to ensure that the staff is knowledgeable on the products they're selling and the people that they are selling to, and also providing consumer education and safe use advice to ensure that the customer is knowledgeable and aware of the products that they're going to be possibly purchasing at the space. Zenleaf is intent on operating an ethical store and having high operational standards, both for cleanliness, training, and operations. So moving forward from the training aspect, we have prepared a site plan for 107 West 25th Street. This has been slightly developed from what was initially submitted on the questionnaire. So for a quick overview of the proposed premises and the main entrance, 107 West 25th Street is actually located in this area beside a Goodwill and near a spa. There is a single entry and exit point into the site. In their commitment to compliance and ensuring it is an integral part of the community, we have checked to ensure that it is not violate any of the mandated setback distances, such as schools, retail dispensaries, or places of worship. And here is a proposed floor plan. So this floor plan has been highlighted to show the different purposes of the areas. So the main entry and exit is a vestibule. Before patrons are permitted entry into the sales floor, they will be ID'd and age gated here to ensure that only people of age are permitted entry. In blue, we have the sales floor, which is where the displays and activities of sales will occur. There will be no visibility from outside the unit into the sales floor. And there will be a point of sale counter where the transactions will happen. The back of house is the furthest back in the unit to ensure that there is as limited as possible access to the public for the highly controlled areas. The secure storage is highlighted in green, and this is where cannabis products and accessories will be stored. There will be a separate office, which is where they will have the cash safe and confidential files, and a bathroom. So we proposed several security systems in place, and security, it has typically 5 tenants. One of the first being access control, ensuring only authorized individuals are permitted entry. Here we have key locks for the majority of areas that only authorized staff will have the keys to. One of the things that we're also considering is possibly having a buzzer door where the door does not open unless unless an individual buzzes and a staff member goes and checks their ID before they're permitted entry. The door to the back of house will be one that is always locked and requires the key to turn with the door in order to open it. So only staff would be able to be permitted entry. Because the secure storage is a high value area that will be storing the controlled substances, the cannabis products, it will actually be secured with a card reader. So it'll always be known which employee enters and exits the store area. That's why there's a card reader on both sides. And that will log both the user and the time of entry and exit. The office will only be authorized to access by senior management. They'll have these specific keys to enter the office, and that is the access control system. Now, moving forward from access control is the alarm system. Now, the alarm system is interconnected with the intrusion detection system of the site, and it's partitioned into 2 areas. There will be the general store partition, which means any sort of intrusion event that happens in the spaces that are highlighted in gray would cause an alarm right away. And then there's also the secure storage, which is its own alarm partition. And it means the security of the secure storage is separately wired and separately handled from the rest of the store. This actually adds a level of redundancy and additional security for the cannabis product storage. The point of sale will have panic buttons that all of the bud tenders would be trained on using, and the scenarios that they would have to use them under. The secure storage would also have a panic button in case of any sort of emergencies. The office will also store the security workstation, the video records server that backs up all the video footage from the surveillance system, and an uninterruptible power supply that will be connected to backup power to ensure the system can maintain functioning in case of a power failure. The intrusion.
Dennis, I think we're appreciating the level of detail here and knowing that, there seems like a lot of points of security. I think you can move ahead if you want to just wrap up with just a few more points, and then but we appreciate this. Thank you.
No problem. I'll summarize my next few slides. We developed an intrusion security system that ensures the entire perimeter and interior of the store is covered and monitored, including the doorways. Likewise, with the visual surveillance system to ensure the entrance vestibule, sales floor, storage, and all areas other than the bathroom are monitored from the interior. And from the exterior, we'll have camera coverage to ensure that there's clear visual of any activity happening immediately in front of the storefront, as well as a light fixture affixed in front of the store to ensure that any activity that does happen in that space will be well lit and well captured. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very, very much for the detailed presentation.
Yeah, I noted that your responses to the application to the board questionnaire were very thorough. I didn't have any additional questions around what you answered. The one thing which I hope that maybe I'll hear a little bit from the public that's here is I just want to understand what outreach has happened specifically right around this community. And there was the note of being proactive with nonprofits, et cetera, but just wondering what engagement you already have or connection that you have to this community that you're trying to open a business in.
Well, first and foremost, when the questionnaire was provided, we immediately sent out the notice to the block associations, to the 2 block associations that are immediately surrounding the area. And then when we got further direction from the community board, we have sent out the notices to all other block associations that were listed as requested. Unfortunately, we haven't heard any feedback from them, but we are open to doing so.
Real quick, I don't know, it's not a great question, but I am curious, where does mention the panic buttons? What does that do? Where does that go? I'm curious.
A panic button? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So oftentimes security systems, including this one, it'll be connected to a monitoring station. A monitoring station, in case an alarm is triggered, if there's no immediate response on site, will reach out directly to the local precincts and local authorities to address the situation. A panic button does a similar response where it'll trigger a silent alarm, for example, to get authorities at the area immediately or as soon as possible.
They have this in there. Great. All right. Are there any other questions from the committee? I know that we're going to have, it seems, quite a bit of your neighbors wish to speak, so we're gonna let them do that. I know we have at least one person here in the room, but if you are here to speak on 107 West 25th Street, Zenleaf, please raise your hand. We'll start moving you over, but we will begin with our in-person attendees. Hello.
Okay. I'm Carlin Strom. I live at 107 West 25th Street. I'm the founder of the West 25th Street project.
Do you want to hold on, yeah, sorry.
No, can we just move up closer to the
Oh, okay,
table?
sorry.
Yeah.
I live at 107. I am the founder of the West 25th Street project, which is the main block association on the block. And I didn't find out about this until last week from a notice on the door. And I've also been on the BRC, the Community Advisory Council since 2013. And one huge omission I noticed their application was that they, whether they were within 1,000 feet of a drug treatment, harm reduction facility, playground, or parks. And they mentioned the Greenwich House, AIDS, mental, whatever. BRC is on the block. BRC is, doors away from this location. BRC has 2 drug treatment programs, one with 30 residents with 39 beds, and the Fred Cooper Substance Abuse Service, which is outpatient, with 148 beds. Also, there is the Jack Ryan Shelter and the Reception Center, which accounts for approximately 370 residents. This is a block that has been in distress for years because of the fact that we have an unstable population there, a very large unstable population. And we've worked very hard to try to work with the residents who are our neighbors. Those are the people who are our neighbors. But this is an incredible omission or neglect to not mention this facility. Since this is there, we have new things that have arrived on the block, which will be impacted by having a dispensary. We had a situation where another store in our building, Metro Speedy, has taken over the block with these 3-wheeled bicycle things that deliver things, and Fresh Direct sits outside of our building, every day, running their noise, running their stuff. Jesse knows about it because I've been to him about it many times. So that, I don't know how you can say you're going to have a high-end operation when the location is just the sidewalk and the street are taken up with all of this activity, all of this noise. And I don't know any high-end people who are going to want to go and buy, their cannabis, or will perceive this to be a high-end operation. Then we have a smoke shop. And I know that what people assume is that with a smoke shop, that if, as you said, that if the licensed dispensaries come in, that will get rid of the smoke shop. So I went to Union Square Travel, which I believe is a license. And I asked them, and they said, we've got a smoke shop 4 doors down, and there is nothing we can do. We keep waiting for the city to do this, and we're hopeful that the city will do this, but we don't impact that. And then we have a club across the street, a rooftop club somewhere nowhere. And I noticed when I looked at the regulations for dispensaries that they have to be closed between 2 a.m. and 8 a.m. But so what I'm wondering is if this is going to stay open until 2 a.m. because their market is going to be across the street at the club. And basically it's chaos on the street all night long because of the club on the weekends. That's just on the weekends. It's chaos on the street during the weekdays because of Fresh Direct, because of Metro Speedy, and because approximately 3 emergency vehicles come on our block every day. BRC. Yeah, for BRC. I mean, there was, they finally got us the real numbers. For 2 months was 175 calls. Within 2 months. So there's a lot of congestion there. There's a lot of danger there because the traffic gets all backed up. And because of the emergency vehicles, and it's very, very noisy at this point. And so I support very strongly legalized cannabis. I've done some work on it upstate, and I've advocated for it upstate. And the microbrewery, I was thrilled at because I tried to get the town up there to pass that, because that's where you really want to see something like that. But I do not think, with all the chaos on this block, that this is a good location for this type of operation. I understand that the legal dispensaries are terrific, but I think they talk about the inside security. What about the block. What are we gonna do? We have panhandling. We have, if you want to buy dogs on our block, you just have to walk down the street because we have a population that's, that uses
Thank
drugs.
you very much. No, really, thank you for expressing your views, and I think we've definitely heard you. And very good points and things for us to know and consider. So thank you very much. We have people online who wish to speak.
Rachel Selsley?
Hi, yeah, good evening. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Thanks. I'm also a resident of 107 West 25th Street. And like prior community participants from other folks, I would just note that we haven't been engaged yet by these guys and would definitely welcome it. As you can see, we have an active community in our building and, would definitely want to engage with an operator who was operating out of our building. I'm president of the co-op board, but I'm not here in that capacity today. I just wanted to share a different perspective to Carla's, which is as a resident of the building, I would be super happy to have a legal store on our block and in our building with all of the requirements and security strictures that entails. I was extremely impressed by the floor plan, the detailed security information. I really like the double age gating that you have here. I believe this would be a good and responsible neighbor, and I hope I'm right. Unlike Carla, who is my neighbor, who I respect and value tremendously, I'm not concerned about the proximity to the BRC because while this meeting isn't about the illegal stores, we have an illegal store operating out of 101 West 25th today, just 2 doors down. It's already causing significant harm to our block. I personally hope this legal store is approved and that it results in the near-term closure or enforcement of the illegal store and mitigates the issues we've been experiencing there. And I can say that I would shop at a store like this. And so I just wanted to say thank you and voice my support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Bill Reed?
Hi, I also live at 107 West 25th Street. I'm also on the board. I've been a resident there for 26 years now. I guess until I heard both Rachel and Carla speak, I was kind of against this whole plan, just because the street, as Carla said, is a mess. It's just progressively gotten worse ever since I've lived there. And now it's probably one of the worst blocks, I think, in Chelsea at this point. I mean, it really is just a really bad neighborhood, not necessarily crime-wise, although that exists there. It's just, just the types of people and et cetera that, it's noisy, and it's just not a good block. And personally, I would not want to open up a business there if I was to open up a business. So I just think it's just we've got too much traffic with the Metro Speedy and the Fresh Direct, et cetera, as Carlos said. So I'm not a big fan of this opening up, but I have to admit I really don't know anything. I haven't seen any other legal operation in the city, so I don't have anything to compare it to. So if what they're saying is that it's a clean shop and everything like that, well then maybe I support it, but I just don't have anything to go on as far as a comparison. And I can just tell you the block has a lot of trouble. So it doesn't sound like opening a cannabis shop would be the best thing for our block, but that's pretty much all I got.
Right. Thank you, Bill. Is there anyone else? Michael. Oh, Michael.
Hey, yeah, I support the location. I thank you for the wonderful, very detailed presentation. I was waiting for the bidet in the bathroom. But I want to ask, I know that there was some discussion in the presentation about hiring practices and diversity. I wonder what that looks like. And then also, I've been active in the neighborhood. I go to yoga right on the block down the street. And some of the challenges on that block, not crime or anything like that, but have been actually planting street trees and expanding the street tree pits. I wonder if the applicants have looked into just the presentation of the sidewalk integrity. Thank you.
Okay. If the applicants can just withhold responding to everything until we're all done with public comments. Are we done with public comments?
I believe we're done with public comment.
Okay, we are done with public.
Just,
Sure, sure.
this, insofar as the plantings in front of our building.
Yeah.
One of the things that we did with the BRC shelter is we had a big gardening program where we learned how to, people, residents and people in the community learned how to take care of trees and all that. Everything got kind of messed up with COVID. But just so you know that they're actually, the people actually who live on the block have a lot of pride in the block. It's all of these outside influences that have not respected that.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to allow the applicants to, if you can, just respond to some of the questions and concerns you heard, and then we will discuss among our task force here, but I'll allow the applicants to please respond.
Absolutely.
Do you want to go, Dennis? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Rinkesh. At any point, feel free to interject. First and foremost, we want to share our sincere gratitude to the public for providing your comments. The community board and this meeting is intended for this discussion, and we're glad that this is happening. It's unfortunate that the notices and the emails that were sent out did not necessarily seem to reach people in a timely manner. Maybe there's something that can be done to address that moving forward. But to address these questions that were brought up, so there's been a lot of comments about the chaos and the amount of activity on the streets, that there's a lot of calls due to the BRC, there's a lot of noise. And one of the things that we would like to do to both control the chaos and control the illegal activity and ensure the safety of the space in front of it is to actually hire a security guard, similar to the street sweepers that were discussed in the prior calls, to ensure that the area is both safe, the traffic is low, and that there's no loitering happening in front of the space. It was mentioned that the sidewalk itself was not in great shape and that there wasn't much communication with the co-op boards from several of the residents. I think it's safe to say that Zenleaf Limited will happily engage in discussion with the residents of 107 West 25th Street and take into consideration all of their opinions and advice on how they can keep that area both safe and presentable, and really improve the block for Zenleaf and its neighbors. One of the points in that discussion was respect to lighting. We want to ensure that we're not going to be impeding on other businesses. So we were intending on actually reaching out to the neighbors and making sure that the lighting would not impede on their businesses or the street itself. We believe the security guard would deter criminal activity, chaos, traffic, and loitering. And Michael had brought up some great points about hiring practices and diversity. So part of the commitment to diversity would be to ensure that there is at all times a certain percentage of minority individuals that are employed at the store.
Can you address why or how you overlooked BRC? I mean, was that something that you just didn't know about, or you were categorizing it differently, and how did this come to be missed?
Yeah, happy to address BRC. So BRC is mentioned as a harm reduction facility, but it did not actually go outside of the it did not meet within the setbacks stipulated in the regulations, actually. And
I think it's 270 feet, and I think the required is 200.
Yeah.
I believe. So that's why, yeah.
So
Exactly.
this is, I had mentioned I wasn't going to ask any questions except for about your connection to the community. I think what's very clear is that this is a very successful businessman in retail, has an incredible team around him that is put together a really thoughtful, well laid out plan, but you do not know this neighborhood. And that may be something that may impact your business plan. So I question whether or not by technicality, you did not categorize BRC. It's still not understanding the conditions on the block of whether or not your cannabis business could be successful in this area. So this is just me speaking here, I'm concerned about not having that connection or understanding of the community in which you want to engage may not lead to the best outcome for you in this business. However, I do think based on the team you have around you and as well as the business experience that you have, you will be successful somewhere.
I can speak to that. Yeah, so I can speak to that. So Haresh, doesn't have all his businesses in one town, right? He has stores in Long Beach, stores in Garden City, stores in Pennsylvania. It's spread out everywhere. So when we look at a business opportunity, we don't just look at just investing everything in one community. Obviously, any community that we go to, we want to help the community and be a productive member of that community. We want to reach out to our neighbors. We want to make sure that we are a good neighbor. We're not a bad neighbor where we are not caring for the kids. We try to help the police departments. We try to donate wherever we can. Everything in one business is not going to make the New York City richer. One business is not going to make a whole big difference in the city. But yes, one business can make a little bit of a difference on one block, right? And it's one block at a time. Yeah, right now this block is suffering a little bit, I guess, from what people are saying. But if there are some successful businesses within one block, it's chances that it's going to attract new businesses, and it will attract more decent people on the block. Somebody mentioned that there is a smoke shop right next to it. Yes, we are aware of that, and I'm sure they have their issues or not. I'm not too sure about it, what goes on there, but we do not want to create an image of a smoke shop. That's why I said luxury, because not high end. I didn't say luxury, sorry. The reason why I said high end is because it's just not high end as a presentation. Yes, it will be a high end presentation, but we will also have high standards, right? We're not, we want to make sure that the storefront that we put on the block, it improves the image of the block, right? When people like Rachel, Michael, Bill, they walk by the store, they see it, all right, this is a decent put together store. And it's good to have these people around the block who are responsible and they respect everyone who are around us, so we're not trying to cause any chaos in the town. We know exactly what responsibilities come with our license, what responsibilities come with our business. And we've been in business for a long time, right? Haresh came to America in 1995. Ever since then, he's been in retail business, and he's been in convenience stores. He's been selling beers and cigarettes and all of that. Never in his life he has ever received a ticket, right? While majority of the people who are in that business, I wouldn't say majority, but like at least 25% of them have received a ticket in their lifetime. Haresh has a clean slate record, and that just shows that his commitment to making sure
that is very impressive, Rakesh. Alan, do you have a question or comment?
Maybe just a personal comment, but really the whole, as I've been sitting here and watching.
Yeah, we're talking about the solutions here, so yeah.
To all due respect to the applicant, he's been a successful man. He's got a great team, as was mentioned. But I think what we're moving into now is something very new, very different. There's a lot of changes going to happen. Me personally, I appreciate when there's a hands-on operator, when there's somebody who is there most of the time. Can't be all the time, but most of the time, because managers will come and go, employees will come and go. I think it's important as this gets rolled out that the operator is there a significant amount of time, and in some ways even maybe communicates with the community at some point.
Right.
Is active in the community in certain ways. So again, with all due respect, and the conditions that are on the street may not be an appropriate time for this business, not your company, but any company to be on the street at this time until maybe something.
Well, that's actually my question. I mean, not to say that it's an apt comparison, but I am just curious if it's particular, like if this was a really like a high-end wine store opening, would your concerns be the same? You know,
Yeah.
the same presentation, but about wine. Is there something about like you don't want anything in this retail space?
No, it's not that. It's the fact that, we just.
And actually, do you mind speaking, coming up and speak so they can hear the, yeah.
We were, I call it an invasion. We were invaded by First Direct and Metro Speedy in September. And so, I know our elected officials, everybody, the police have been fabulous. Jesse's been helping. Eric Botcher has been helping with this. So it's a really raw time for there to be one more thing.
Got it.
And it's piling on to the point where, I mean, when I moved there 30 years ago, there was nothing there. So, you know, there was one XXX rated video store. And at this point, I would love to have an XXX rated video. It's just gone so.
So let me just want before a bit, just another just a question, but if, and not to say that you, maybe there are questions of belief or, you know, maybe, but if you believed that they were gonna have a security guard who was gonna be out front, whose job was specifically about making, obviously checking IDs at the door, but also dispersing any people who are loitering outside, including Fresh Direct or the other delivery drivers around that area. If that was part of their job, would that maybe actually be a net benefit or not?
No, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
We have more security guards on our block than anywhere else. We have them at the club, we have them at the hotel, we have them at the RC. We used to actually have a contingent of peace officers, public service peace officers who walked the block. But they were out on the block and they also were in uniform. And we still had issues with that, but that was kind of the best of it. And the thing we've learned about security guards is it's very limited what they can do. They can't harass, you know, they can try to move people on gently, but they can't move them on. You know, so I would say we have a lot of experience with that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, thank you. We're gonna leave this, we're gonna move this to, one thing.
1 second, just because Tim Bond did.
Sorry, hi, Tim.
Hi. Hi, I have a rather odd different point to make, which is, you know, we have Metro Speedy, which is a blocked storefront, which is just basically their presence on the street is carts and people and trucks with the motors running. And we do have the one store in the middle, which is a street front store, which is the kind of spa thing, which is a street access. And now you're doing another one, which is blocked from the street. So we have a blank storefront with a door with somebody that's got to go in and wait to go back inside the inside. And then where are the people that are waiting to go in? They're standing on the street in front of our building with the homeless and the Metro Speedy and the somewhere nowheres and all of those people, which are they're just there. They're not part of the community. They're just standing there. And I think it makes it for a dead block that's full of just transients that are just standing around. And I don't think it's a particularly good use of our space. I don't love the smoke shop that's down the street either, but you know, there's you know, stores are supposed to bring positive activity to the street, and we're supposed to see these things in operation. And all we're doing is blank storefronting and having people wandering around on the street in front of the building waiting. I just don't see it as a good use of a city street. The old Jane Jacobs. The old Jane Jacobs.
Hold on.
I do want to note that it has been an empty storefront for 2 years, which is itself a blight. And so it's not like there's some other, you know, thing that's been in here or gone in here or people clamoring to like use this space. And I do feel as president of the co-op board that everyone is purporting to represent that, like, that is the truth. And I would welcome another security guard in front of the building helping us with Metro Speedy and a number of other things. So sorry, Tim, I didn't mean to cut you off.
So we're gonna,
I have a question on process. So again, we have to check to see that they've secured a space, a lease for an intent in order to get into this lottery. So that means that if we approve, we're approving at the space. And the reason why I'm asking that is
we don't
I'm
control
confident
the
this is-
space. There's
Sorry, Rachel, sorry, this is the committee.
yeah,
speaking.
do you mind if we move on?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So my question is there any relevance for having confidence in the plan that is put forth, the operator, but having reservations about the location, or is that irrelevant in the process?
I don't know.
Because this is raising concerns of there's varying views
Right.
for the block, right? And
Yeah, sure.
I don't want to speak for everyone on the block, but I think for this operator, yes, Jesse.
I'll bring the hypothetical is like, I get what you're
Yeah.
saying, and I think it could work, but it could also not, which is we're writing a letter of support to the operator, not for the space, and saying
Right.
the space is not a good location. They go ahead with their process, they maybe get picked, right? Tell me if I'm wrong, Jesse.
Yeah.
They get picked, they're asked, they obviously then have to have a space, right? They have to produce a space. Either we have lost our chance to comment on that space, and we might not like that space, right? You know, like then we don't know what that space is gonna be, and now all of a sudden maybe we still like the operator, but the space is actually even worse or something like
Got it.
that. That's my only.
And that's why I was asking. So I mean, this is
Yeah.
where I sit. Oh, go
I
ahead.
think it's gonna add too much confusion to like. The main thing we comment on is the location, like, and like within the role we've defined for ourselves and which the regulations define for us.
Is the space.
The community board is like, the physical location is our main.
Yeah.
Point of focus, so I think it adds confusion to
What
try.
do we got for proposal?
Well, I mean, I don't know about a proposal, but I do think that there have been some significant points raised about the location and the success that this particular operator may or may not have the outcome may be determined by the space. Yes, Jesse.
I just wanted to add, because it's been brought up multiple times, that the speedy and the fresh direct issue is more of a recent issue, which we are working on. It is somewhat more complicated than just trying to get a fresh direct truck moved, because it is a third party operator. I will say that we do have, me and Councilmember Bodger's office do have a scheduled time to sit down with Metro Speed and fresh direct. I'm just raising this so people understand that this problem is being worked on. And so that's just to understand.
Yeah, and my trigger point was not about the traffic situation and the Metro Speedy and the Fresh Direct. My trigger point is that you have a vulnerable population that is not a stable vulnerable population, meaning that different people will be in the BRC beds at different times. And so even if this is a really well-run operation and there already is a smoke shop on the spot, it also will, as we see in a lot of shelters, it attracts elements outside of the shelter. And if there's that type of activity that continues to grow on the one block, it could add stressors. That's my concern. My concern.
I just wanted to educate.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, my proposal is to acknowledge the very detailed plan of evidence of a successful businessman. But I would want to document that there are some things that need to be worked out about this location. At least that's how I feel. Sanford, what are your thoughts? Because you did say it's tied to location, not to confuse the issue.
Yeah, I mean, I think I share some of those concerns. It is very close, it is on the same block, the shelter, and as people pointed out, there are other drug treatment facilities. I think maybe not on that exact block, but also quite close.
27.
Yeah, 26 as well, I think, based on Google Maps, which is,
and just because they're technically outside, I mean, there's a reason for the regulation around you know, making sure that there's some distance between,
And I'm pretty sympathetic to the idea that like in Manhattan, there is no location that is a perfect distance from everything. And if there was, no one would ever go there, because it would be like,
Upper East Side, we don't have any, Upper East Side, where's the high school, they got none of it.
Yeah.
but I do think like, in terms of all the things, I actually think like drug treatment facilities and maybe homeless shelters are some of the, like, personally what I would worry about most as having these things in the vicinity. Yeah. That's kind of.
Rodney?
Carla, is there any, sorry,
I thought we were, no, I'm sorry.
I think
thought we
Rodney
were
was
sticking
about to
with
say something.
community.
we are, but I was gonna ask. No, I'm not allowed, okay, go ahead, Ron.
No, you are.
No, I was just gonna say, I'm really torn. So I think the first thing when I looked at the application, I thought BRC had changed its name to house, because I knew something was there, but, you know, so, yeah, I'm just torn.
Yeah, and just as a way of, if we ask them to come back in a month after they've taken more time to meet with residents, I mean, is there any scenario in which you would, after, like, is there any way that you could ever see yourself getting comfortable with this applicant if you have an afternoon with them and go through these plans again and get further commitment? Or, I mean, I know that's.
Let me split this. When I went to visit Union Square dispensary, I
Yeah.
loved it.
Yeah,
It
right.
was so nice. The guy talked to me for so long, they all had different questions and all of that.
Yeah.
I would love for there to be business like that in our neighborhood. But I feel like this operation didn't take the time to find out about the neighborhood, to find out what the issues are on the block. And, Jesse can tell you, we've been working on issues on that block for years.
Yeah.
And so I feel like, maybe they're interested in this, but that's not the impression I got from the application and from the fact that they didn't reach out to us. So that's,
I will say, just their notices, we're almost like literally at the day of 30 days on this.
Yep.
So we certainly could ask for an extension if we wanted to, and I think what we was.
Yeah, what I was doing to provide more time to make up for their lack of communication and, really go around and speak to the residents, but.
I don't have any issue with saying that this is a promising operator with a really well thought out detailed plan, but we do need for them to understand the conditions of the community in which they were trying to operate.
No, that's fine, but I think the letter has to say one way or the other, whether.
Oh, that's why I was asking the point of.
Oh, I mean, no, I guess it does, technically it does.
Well, I mean, you're gonna run into an issue why we're.
Yeah.
I would say, I would say either you're gonna say, give it another 30 days, have them reach out to Carla, reach them out to their own building and do the due diligence and have them come back, and then you can provide more guidance as to whether they're supportive or negative.
I'm supportive of that.
And I would be supportive of that too, because my sense is, I have to say, I don't think I'm comfortable right now voting to recommend this, and so I think it would be an option for the applicants to either, go ahead with a letter of recommending denial from us, or take another 30 days and roll the dice and see if they can get community members on board.
Or find another space.
I think that's where I'm.
Maybe if they do get together on this, they could maybe work out some sort of
Exactly.
Initiative to do something to.
Anything, they can get creative in ways that we don't.
And this is a successful businessman. If he's secured the lease, probably can bring something that maybe is really needed and more suitable for the
So
block.
now we return to the applicant, whoever would like to speak on behalf of the applicant, but the consensus here seems to be to ask you if you'd be willing to withdraw, allow us to ask for a 30-day extension on your notice and to come back again in 30 days, more community buy-in, which include getting more members of the block to come back and support your application, because it would be helpful for us to know beyond Rachel, who we recognize speaks technically for her board. We want to know that you've actually contacted and reached out and gained the support to make us feel comfortable, because what we are hearing from Carla obviously is very concerned about what's been happening on this block, and we certainly don't want to add additional stressors and make their people, anyone's residents' lives more discombobulated.
Could I say one thing here is that I think that as a member, also a resident of 107, that if the applicant would show us what the street would be, I mean, the plan they're showing us is a sketch plan. It's not real because it doesn't really fit in our building quite exactly as they've shown it. I would like to see how the street would act, how they would interact with the street, what it would look like, and how the process would be. So at the 30 days, if they would do that, that would be great.
Great, thank you, Tim, that's helpful. Okay, so to the applicant now, and only the applicant, can you please respond to that, to the proposal?
Yeah, so we are more than happy to come back and demonstrate within 30 days our continuing community involvement for this location. I would just like clarity on what the letter or what would be sent to the OCM following this meeting would state based on your consensus.
But yeah, I mean, I think if we can, Dennis, if we can have that in what you just said, basically sent to us in writing, that you're recognizing, obviously, you can't control whether you get selected by OCM in the next 30 days or something, but understanding that like you're agreeing to come back and that we're gonna be requesting a 30-day extension from OCM. We're not making any determination on an approval or disapproval of their application at this time, but that would be hopefully made, you know, at the following meeting in January.
So no comment.
So no comment, basically.
All I'm sending to OCM, all I'm sending to OCM is a request for a 30-day extension.
We recognize that. We also would like to note the OCM is a very stringent government body. Would it be possible to request, or sorry, to state a conditional approval pending the return in 30 days, demonstrating the community feedback?
I don't think so, Dennis. I think it would be just, you know, you are still waiting on our opinion, but you know, in the next 30 days. But I don't think it could be in a conditional approval. I don't think we're there.
Okay, if that's where we stand, then I think that's where we'll move forward then.
Sorry, Jesse. Also, we did put out the signs out there on the, like, on both corners and the storefront, I think like 10 days before this meeting.
Yeah, I don't think, I mean, this happens, first of all, almost every time. There's always people who don't get noticed, it doesn't necessarily reflect that it was done poorly, although sometimes it does reflect it was done poorly. And so this gives you another 30 days to rectify any lack of communication and really build block support on that block. And by the way, we've seen it before. We've seen applicants who are really iffy. I mean, not in the dispensary context because we're still new, but in the BLP in the liquor licensing context, we've seen, you know, where there really was a lot of community protests, and after a month of community building, relationship building, they've come back with more support. So you know, I think it behooves you to take this opportunity to do that. Alan?
As new as this is to us and the board, this is brand new to a lot of folks, even who have been in business and retail. So somehow we're both learning how to maneuver this thing.
Yeah.
Something like this really helps everybody.
Yeah.
I don't doubt that you followed everything to the letter, and I don't doubt that you did what you needed to do. I think the big point here is not what you didn't do. The big point here is that what you didn't know. And so this may be an opportunity to really understand what is going on here and if you can succeed at this location as well.
Okay.
Now, we will do our best. Sorry, go ahead.
No, thank you. Yeah, so we're gonna vote. Do we vote to no, we're just gonna ask you to come back in a month. It seems like you're agreeing to do that, and by then hopefully you'll present us with a more robust record of engagement with the community. Jesse Bodine?
I was gonna say, I was gonna put Dennis and McShay, I'll put everybody who's spoke today and you registered in touch with each other. So you're speaking directly to each other. You're not having to worry about signage or, postings or anything like that.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation, and we will see you in a month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you have any questions, can we reach out to you?
Of course, yes, of course.
All right, thank you.
Sad for you, but and so your battle continues, but all right. But hopefully no.
Hi,
But I would
this,
love for you
this
to
is
meet
Bruce
together.
Barpour. I don't know if you could hear me, but I'm ready now if you can.
All right, Bruce, we're not gonna let you go now, Bruce. You're ready. So we are going back to 30 number 5 on the agenda, 304 West 40th Street, Hell's Kitchen Store LLC. Bruce is gonna be the second to last applicant tonight, and then after that, we have the last 219 9th Avenue. Thank you for everyone who's online, who's here to speak on either of these last two agenda items. I know the hour is getting late and we've been here a long time, so for people who are here because they have an opinion that they hold strongly, we definitely, and want to share it, we definitely appreciate your patience. So let's move on, right, 304 West 40th Street. Bruce, take it away.
I must say, first of all, I'm really impressed with the community involvement of all of you. I've never been to any of these meetings before, and it is very impressive. I appreciate your concern. I am applying through the SEE program.
Hold on one second.
Being a
Hold on one second. While you're complimenting us, we are getting out of hand here. No,
The restroom?
the restroom right down the hall. Yeah.
Down by,
Right back there. Yeah, your time. Oh, you're the last item. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, you take your time. Take your time. Sorry, we were just talking amongst ourselves there for a second, Bruce. Just give us 1 second. All right, everyone. Focused. Okay, Bruce, go ahead.
Go ahead, Bruce.
He was complimenting us.
Okay,
but
so
you know.
I'm applying through the SEE program, being a combat related service disabled veteran. And as such, I believe I have an excellent chance of getting approved. I certainly hope so. From what I am hearing from the OCM, is that under this program, not many veterans are actually applying. And that's why I think I have a good chance here. Um, I was not eligible through the card program, having never gotten in trouble for any marijuana possession or any kind of related. In fact, never got in trouble with anything at all. But I would like to tell you that we plan on opening a dispensary here and being a productive asset to the community. And our door will be open. You could come in anytime and inspect it and see how nice the store's been renovated with new electric and lighting and just beautiful. Just walk by it and you could see that. We would do things a little bit different. I've been to Housing Works to see how they operate, and all in all, it's pretty impressive. They're pretty good. But we would do things a little bit different. We would have a triple ID check. That is, we'd have a security man on the street, and you show your photo ID to get in the door. Then there'd be a girl or someone at a kiosk checking your ID. And when you check out, we would check your ID then as well. Also, there would be no minors allowed on the property at all. Everyone would have to be over 21. And by the way, I think we are within over 1,000 feet from that church that Mr. Brian Weber spoke of. We would also have a discount for veterans, seeing that I am one, and for medical people. We'd also have a rewards program. That is, if you spent so much money, you would get maybe 5% off, or a T-shirt we might have made up for you. Also, another thing that we would do different than Houseworks and these other places, these legal places, is that we would send you home with these something like this from a legal dispensary in Maine. It is a child-proof bag, child-proof, and that would, help keep any product away from little ones and such. And we are set up and ready to go. We could be ready to go in a matter of days, convert the convenience store. And we're just, we're ready to work with you hand and foot and whatever you want us to do. I think we could comply with all requirements and regulations.
Okay,
I'd be
thank you,
happy
Bruce.
to answer any questions that you might have.
I think we're gonna have a few. So Bruce, when you say that the store is currently a convenience store, is that what you said? What is the store? What does the space currently look like? Have you built it out at all? Have you done any work in the space so far? No, correct? Have you done any work to transform the space into a dispensary yet? No, correct? Am I not?
No, you're. Bruce, do you hear us?
Yeah, say it again, please, a little louder.
Sure. Have you done any work thus far on the space to transform the space into a dispensary? Have you done any physical change? Have you made any physical changes to the property thus far?
No, we just the store has been renovated top and bottom, and there's not much that could be done. We just rearranged some furniture, and that's about it. We'd be ready to go. We would probably open from.
Bruce, what's there right now? It's a convenience store?
Yes.
Or what was there?
Before that was Wayne's Palace, Chinese restaurant.
Okay, so it's a little concerning, if not very concerning, to hear you say that all that it'll take is moving around furniture. I think if you've been paying attention to the presentations before this evening, the amount of work that goes into transforming any space into a dispensary that meets all of the various requirements under all the regulations in terms of signage, security, safety, exits, lockage of product. It sounds like you would be very far, not many days away, but judging by the timeline of all the other storefronts, several months away. And so it concerns me that you may not recognize that fact. So I guess my next question is who are you working with? You keep saying we. Who is we? Who are you working with? Do you have a cannabis consultant?
Yes, Mr. Keon Williams.
Is he on with us this evening?
He was trained by OEM.
Is he on Zoom with us? Is he someone who can speak?
He's out at the Jamaica office of the Small Business Administration.
So not a cannabis expert necessarily, or maybe he might be actually. He might be the new cannabis. There's a new cannabis person in the small business.
So Bruce, I would love to learn more about what you're planning on doing, but what we've been seeing tonight from the other applicants are very, very detailed plans to allow us to understand if what your intended operation, if it's appropriate for this location. We don't have that this evening. I'm wondering if perhaps we can ask that maybe you can provide that at some point, and then we would then be able to evaluate, because right now we're hearing your ideas, but we don't have details, and we wouldn't be able to make any decisions without any details.
Sure. I would be happy to provide any details that you require.
I mean, we would love to see to start a fulsome security plan. You have a drawing of the space, but it's not very detailed. So
I have it right here. Maybe I don't know if I sent it or if you didn't get it, but
yes, we got that.
I can if I could figure out how to. I'm not too great with this computer stuff. That's why I X'd out by accident before. But if I can find a way to get it, and then send it to you, I'll do it. Otherwise, I could bring it to you in person.
Yeah. I need more information, but I also, as we've asked from other applicants, we've asked for knowing that they have consultants. Yeah. Go ahead, Bruce.
I've observed the way these dispensaries operate, And it's not all that complicated once you get going. Also, we would be an asset to the community. We would be training and employing people from the neighborhood, completely diversified as all New York is. And like I say, we'd have a security man right outside who would make sure there's no loitering or hanging out of any kind, or blocking the sidewalk or anything like
Bruce,
that.
we understand that. So the thing is, I may agree with you that once you get going, it might not be that difficult to run, but it's the get going that is quite difficult. It is hundreds of pages of regulations that you need to abide by when you're building out your store and running your store. And I am very concerned that you have not familiarized yourself with those regulations based on your presentation. That being said, we have asked other applicants to confirm for us that they will hire and work with a cannabis consultant, someone who has expertise in this area, and that they can show us that they are working with that consultant. So is that something that you would be willing to do, to hire immediately someone to help you build out your store and run it?
We can do that, and also if you would send me a list of those regulations, we could comply.
All right.
So we're gonna extend, we're gonna.
Yeah, we're gonna give them another, so we're gonna give you another 30 days to give us some more information. I'm happy to send you the regulation, but I will tell you this, it's gonna be very important that when you come back in 30 days, that you bring a consultant that you have engaged by then to also present to us. So we'll want to see that you have engaged. I think what we're saying is, right now, we are not comfortable moving ahead with your application and offering a letter of approval, but we are happy to not weigh in yet and give you another 30 days to come back to us. And by that time, we'd like to see a more detailed plans, and also we would like to hear from the consultant that you have hired to help you with this process. Are you amenable to that?
Yeah, I don't need to hire anybody. I'm working with a consultant from the OCM itself. If you could send me a list of your concerns, I would address them one at a time.
Great. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So are you okay coming back in 30 days?
Sure.
Okay, great. So we're gonna do that. We'll ask for an extension from OCM. And thank you very much. I do appreciate, by the way, that, you're right. There are not a lot of disabled veterans, and you were left out of the card program. And so I'm happy to see that you're taking advantage of this opportunity, but I just want to make sure, and we as a community need to make sure that even though, and again, everyone is new to this space, even if you've used cannabis for a long time, selling and running at the store is a whole different beast, and we want to make sure that everyone has the tools at their disposal to do it responsibly. And so let's give you 30 more days. We'll send you an email with what we need from you, and we'll hear from you again in 30 days. Thank you very much, Bruce.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, great.
I told Brian he didn't need to speak.
All right. All right. We are now moving to thank you again, Bruce.
Yeah, really good. Okay. Can we go to that email to also do the reach out to all the neighborhood?
Oh, yeah, sure. We'll do that.
I'll follow up.
We should stamp it.
He was working with another family member. So I think I'm gonna reach out to them.
I like Bruce.
If you like Bruce, but Bruce might be out if after he gets into the she's going to. Correct. Anyway, let us move on. It is now 9:54. Let us move on to the last item on the agenda. Again, my extreme thanks to everyone who's been so patient online, and everyone in person who's been waiting to speak on the last agenda item. It's been a long night, and so thank you for your patience. So we're gonna move right on to it. 219 9th Avenue, New York Retail 1 Incorporated. If you are here to speak on behalf of NY Retail 1, please raise your hand and
Thank
give
you
us
for-
the presentation
thank
of
you
your
for being
life.
here.
Okay, thank you for being here. I'm getting punchy, yeah.
Let's tighten it up.
All right, tighten it up.
This is
No,
why
no more done.
17 people are waiting.
Yeah. All 17 people, we want to hear from everyone. Oh boy. All right, so here we go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Arish Shalani. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for everyone's patience and for being here this late. I am the last presentation, so I will go through these slides and try to save out some things that have already been said and keep pertinent information that's relevant to myself and my application so we can have a pointed discussion. I will just
Thank you
get
so much.
right into it. Can you guys see my screen here?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Just a little bit about the team. My name is Arish. This is a family-owned business. It's myself and my father as really the main financier. I am the CEO of Herbal Cannabis, which is a retail cannabis dispensary that is already in operation, which I will get into a little bit later. We're using Falcon Rappaport and Berkman for our regulatory counsel. These are a firm that has assisted several card applicants and other applicants to attain licensure. We have a fully vertically integrated internal, external, and limited access security company called an Integrated Security Group. And we will be working with Anderson Porter Design, who is an architect that has designed several existing Manhattan cannabis dispensaries, including Elevate Soho. Just a little bit about myself. As I mentioned, this is a family-owned business. It's myself running the operations on retail. A little bit about our family. My father has had an opportunity to open over 200 retail locations. We've been working in a variety of retail all over the nation, including food service, check cashing, jewelry, grocery stores, cell phone repair. The most prominent business of them all was a tax service franchise called Jackson Hewitt. My father was the largest franchisor of that, and growing up with him and working through a lot of retail businesses in addition to Jackson Hewitt, we learned a ton about retail. My father's retired now, and obviously we've taken on a lot of the retail knowledge and moved it into cannabis. So just a little bit about our background. We come from an accounting and financial services background. As I mentioned, my father was a CPA by trade, and myself, the son, I pursued banking at JP Morgan right upon graduating prior to getting into the cannabis industry. So just a little bit about the type of establishment we're going to be doing. Again, a lot of this is repetitive, but as you can understand, this is a sample of another dispensary that I own, just to give you guys an idea of what type of exterior and interior signages that are going to happen. This particular dispensary had an awning, and you can see security cameras on the exterior. It has glazed windows in the front. We've tried to design this one to be a more green facility. This was a choice by the city of Cambridge, which is where this is located. A little bit about the safety and security, as mentioned several times. We're going to have a full exterior video intercom system with an interior security that has cameras inside and outside. And all of these are, video cameras. We have motion detectors, limited access key breaks, any motion detecting glass breaks, high grade mesh on our security vaults, and several alarms and panic buttons throughout the facility. In addition, all of the equipment will be generated, having a backup generator, so nothing is out of power as necessary by the compliance for OCM. We will have secure car services, picking up cash and delivering products as needed each week at random times with 2 different agents at any given time. And as I mentioned, this will be done at random staggered delivery times. Again, a lot of the things that have been mentioned, we take extreme pride in ensuring that diversion is prevented. That has a lot to do with from the onset when we are seat to sale auditing our products. We're monitoring our footage review to ensure that nothing is being given outside of the facility to a minor, things that we can flag with our exterior cameras, having child-proof exit bags, having double security checks, one at the front of the door, one at the point of sale, ensuring that none of the all of the employees are trained appropriately. And one of the biggest things I like to kind of explain communities is that, these facilities really have the physical aesthetic of a high-end consumer retail store with the security level of, much larger than a bank. So these are things that really the community can be proud of and, have in their community that helps, in our opinion, enlighten the area. Just a little bit about my personal retail cannabis experience. I live in New York now. I used to live in Massachusetts. In Massachusetts, I was the retail operations director of two recreational and medical dispensaries, one located in Worcester, Massachusetts on Millbury Street, one located in Northampton. I was in charge of building those entire facilities, training the staff, managing the employees, and ultimately creating an infrastructure that I handed over to another retail director and moved on to my own cannabis facility in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where I'm the owner of that facility, and I can get into a little bit of the photos. That facility as well was built from a renovation facility where we got renovated the entire property, found all of the linings, got all the electrical, security, paint, and everything done to open that facility. That facility opened about 3 months ago. So a little bit about kind of what the exteriors can look like and what you can expect from this community. This is an example of the facility in Northampton called Resonate, which I was the retail director of. Obviously, this was one of our first locations where everything has to be glazed out from the back. Massachusetts regulations are different than OCM regulations in New York, so we're going to be following all of the OCM relevant regulations, but you can get a clear picture of what the facilities look like. These are the interior of both facilities. As you can see, we have high-grade flooring with, I'm sorry, was there a question?
No, go ahead, sorry.
I was just saying it resembles a bank. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of, and you're gonna, a little bit about our existing facility. It's actually was a prior bank. So when you look inside here, when you look here, you can see the interior of both facilities, your standard point of sales, you have your stanchions, and all the product is behind the counter. This is the more prominent location that we opened in Harvard Square. This is an example of what the front retail looks like. As you can see, it's a very clean cut, design image with this one has 4 point of sales, all the product in the back. And this footprint was about, 1,100 square feet. So we were able to get a lot done in this footprint. And this is the store that I'm the owner of. Just in closing, I think we have understood what it means to be a good neighbor in multiple municipalities across the state of Massachusetts. We understand that New York is a different animal, and I understand that. And that's why I have moved here myself to open another retail location in New York. I think we take a lot of, pride in keeping the premises secure, not having any single complaints by the town of Worcester, Northampton, or the city of Cambridge, which was an incredibly difficult process to get licensed in, being, an extremely politically charged municipality. But they were confident in our ability to operate that store there, and signed over what we call the host community agreement, which is an agreement with the city and mayor to allow us. The process was different, where we had to go through the city and get all of our approvals before we got to the state, whereas in New York it's a little bit different. Therefore, we take a lot of pride in coming to these meetings, because this is all of the stuff we had to do in anticipation of getting licensed in other areas. So in closing, our intention is to keep the exterior premises clean, ensure that there is no exterior indication of marijuana logos, or having complete discrete signage, and overall being a good neighbor. I am going to be the owner of this business, so I will be a phone call away, having all of the relevant contact information given to the community board and the local neighbors. I will be there on site daily, doing exactly what I did for the last 3 dispensaries that I've opened.
Excellent.
We're
Thank
almost.
you. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, just pretty much, a timeline. We got our lease in November. We applied to OCM, in the end of November timeframe. So we're working with the city and state, as you can see right now, in the December, January to February timeframe. If we get approved by the state and get chosen by the lottery, we will begin the construction, gain all the relevant approvals, and we anticipate, if everything pans out well, that we would be open next summer.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we're going backwards. Yeah, okay. Thank you, real quick, Alan's gonna lead the questioning here, but real quick, at the outset, I guess I just misheard. You don't have, OCM has not granted you another license in New York, correct?
No,
You say you have
so
a New York
I
location? No.
yeah,
Yeah, okay,
correct.
no. Okay, sorry, I misheard.
You just said Massachusetts.
You just Massachusetts, okay.
Iris, thank you very much. Just for the folks who aren't familiar with this location, this is a corner location, I believe, on 23rd Street and 9th Avenue. So your frontage on both streets, it's a large space. I think you've got about 3,000 square feet there. So my first question would be, as you indicated in your application, you're only going to allow a certain number of folks into the space at any particular time. How many people do you expect to let in at any particular time to fill the room up?
So as you mentioned, the facility is quite large. I think there was no specific mention of the number of people, whereas we're going to follow the, code that we're required to. At any given time, there are never more than 49 is usually what we stay at, under 50. But I've been running facilities for a long time, and a number of transactions that can occur and the amount of time it takes, about 2 to 4 minutes per transaction. It's pretty seamless and efficient when customers enter the facility. So I would say that this facility does have the luxury of having a lot of space, so there is no necessity for queuing outside. We anticipate to bring any consumer that needs to come inside, and we have the space for that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and since you bring up queuing, you did have an indication as to how you're going to handle outside people. Could you just explain the transporter coordinator?
Yeah, absolutely. So the transportation coordinator ends up being, a combination of our general manager or assistant general manager. So the assistant general manager usually takes the lead of being the transportation coordinator. This particular candidate is really in charge of ensuring, a few things. One, that there aren't double parkings occurring outside of the facility. Two, that if there is any exterior queuing starting to form, that we utilize our relevant, processes that we have, such as the queue list software is something that I put in our security plan. And in addition to that, monitoring lifts and Ubers for any consumers that are utilizing that level of transport to come. And overall, just being the person in between the owner and the community as necessary to facilitate any transportation level concerns. But obviously, that AGM and transportation coordinator has a direct line to myself. And oftentimes, for the first 6 months, I am the transportation coordinator because I'm hiring the GM, I'm hiring the AGM, I'm training them on all of these, necessary requirements.
Now, are you also renting the lower space?
I'm sorry, what?
I believe there's 2 spaces there, the street level, and then there's like a basement space also?
Correct. There is a basement space, and we plan to use the basement space for all administrative actions, such as a staff room, additional vault space, break room, and any general manager's office, IT room, and so on and so forth. We plan for the first floor to be retail only, so we can accommodate, the customers.
In terms of exterior work, signage, the buildings that you're attempting to get a license for, very iconic buildings in Chelsea. With your design team, will you be consulting with the management company of the building that whatever you are proposing they feel is appropriate for that particular building and the surrounding area?
Yeah, no, I'm happy you asked. We have gone through a rigorous amount of interviews and application back and forth with the condominium board and the landlord in order to present our pitch. And we were chosen amongst a few applicants that, were in contention to get a lease for this space. Fortunately, the management of the condominium board did select myself as an operator. And to answer your question, yes, we have to design an entire plan in conjunction with the condominium board on what the exterior facade and signages will look like. It's an approval and kind of a warm blessing that we need to move forward with that property, given all of the historic artifacts that you mentioned.
Okay, good. I'm good. Anyone else from the?
Yeah, congratulations first and foremost on your stores that you've opened in Massachusetts. You already noted New York is quite a different animal. You were starting to mention that you've been working extensively with the building. That is great. How much do you know this neighborhood, this community? What connection do you have with it at all? Do you understand a little bit about that particular corner, which is a very unique spot at the top of Chelsea?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no hiding it. I mentioned to you, I moved to New York, about 6 months ago in order to open New York retail cannabis. What I have been able to do since then is get integrated with the ownership of the community and the condominium board for the last pretty much 3 months, where we went through a series of meetings, approvals, votes, presentations, discussion, and bringing everyone to the table to understand that, we want to turn this. It's been almost, I think, 2.5, almost 3 years of a vacant space and bring it to life. Obviously, there was a Capital One bank there, and that is no longer there anymore. And what we've noticed from the management and the condominium board is that there was some slight apprehension for cannabis, but really that apprehension was subdued due to the presentations that we were able to make and show that how we're going to bring this up to a very good working retail store. But in addition, I think what the community really wanted to see was a simple activation of a long vacant storefront. So, I think what I've been able to do is establish a rapport with the condominium board, and that rapport will further through the amount of approvals I need to ultimately open this store.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else?
Sure. What other outreach have you done? So the condominium board that you referenced, is that the 219?
219th, yeah, and then London Terrace. Those are the two, kind of entities that manage this. In addition to that, I have reached out to every single Chelsea Block Association on the list that Jesse sent me. I even got a response from, I believe it was the Fulton TA, Miguel Acevedo, to set up another meeting with him. Otherwise, I have not heard from anybody else. But rest assured, I think my goal is to publicly canvass this community, as I've done in all the other, municipalities that I have, dispensaries, operated in or open. So, this is this effort will be continuing, because I think what we understand the most is our 1 mile radius, or let's call it half-mile radius, is our true customers. And we want to, ensure that we know who they are. We know that, they have a direct line to us and all of the residents and neighbors and facilities that can communicate with us if there's any issues. And primarily.
Anything with business owners? There's a Christie's there in the
Yeah.
block. Anything with those folks?
So I have yet to speak to Gristides, the liquor store, the coffee shop, and the three, due to the fact that the condominium board has been very adamant on the fact that they'd like us to get some resemblance of approval before we start, flaring up the community. But it's kind of a push and pull between like what I want to do, and I don't want to scare off, my landlords. So it is on the list, and I'm happy to do that upon getting a warm blessing from the condominium board.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that was a really excellent presentation. I'm glad to hear that you've got some buy-in from residents of London Terrace, although I think we're about to hear from some others who may be a little bit more apprehensive. I know we have at least one person.
I just want to be clear. I want to be clear prior to hearing that the approval is from the condominium board. Residents have not been spoken to, so I'm happy to field all of the questions, obviously. But
thank you for the clarification. And you have a question here on who on the condominium board, but I think those names aren't going to be named. Let's move on to the public, the questions online. And Sarah, if you want to ask that in your time, that's your prerogative. For those who've been patient online and want to speak on this, raise your hand and Jesse will move you over.
All 8 of you.
Good.
That's been so long.
Yeah, it's everyone.
We start with anger.
Inga, Inga got us started.
Hi,
Hi.
so you have not spoken to any of the residents at the towers buildings or any of the stores, you're saying?
At this time, that is correct.
Okay, so you've also not spoken to the 1,000 Gardens residents that live at London Terrace?
Yeah, at this time, the only communication and approvals that, warm blessings, as you can call it, that we've gotten is from the condominium board.
Okay, so the four corners of the building.
No,
Not the majority of the building.
So it's my understanding is that it is London Terrace and 219.
London Terrace Towers, which are the four corner buildings, one of which you'll be going into. Correct. The London Terrace Gardens is 1,000 apartments in the center. The towers makes up 700 on all four corners of 10th Avenue and 9th Avenue.
Understood.
So parking, you realize that on 9th Avenue, where you can park during the day for commercial vehicles, is pretty much double parked illegally every day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the reality of the situation is I'm a retailer business and I cannot control double parking. I think what the transportation coordinator is there to do is that if there is any consumer that we see from our visual cameras or our eyes or being told by the neighboring parties that are double parking for our business, we're happy to put that person, on a list. And that's something that we've done on other places before. If they're a repeat offender, obviously we want to be a good neighbor to the community and not cause additional double parking for our facility. But again, everyone comes from different modes of transportation. We anticipate the majority of this to be walking, given the amount of applications you've heard and the amount of applications that are in Manhattan. There will be a plentiful amount of legal cannabis dispensaries that I don't anticipate this being a destination area.
Correct. So you're going to get a lot of tourists on 23rd Street. Are you going to have both entrances open or just 9th Avenue?
The anticipation is to use one door as an entrance and one door as an exit. So it is a seamless in and out. It has not been decided which one will be used for the front or second. As I mentioned, this is something that I got to go through with the condo board with.
Okay, so you're going to use both entrances. Okay,
Yep.
and you said there'll be no queuing outside, correct, on the sidewalk?
That is what I feel due to the amount of the facility size we have, we should be able to bring all parties inside. And if they are unable to, if they are requiring a queuing outside, we have programs in place to ensure that that does not occur. So yes, no queuing will occur outside.
No queuing. If you do need to queue, will you agree to queue on 9th Avenue and not 23rd Street?
I'm happy to agree to that. I think this is something that I would really like to have my support of the condo board because there's a lot of things I'm subject to approval based on the condominium board. So what I could tell you is that we're going to ensure that queuing does not occur.
Okay.
If it does occur for any matter, I think it would need to be up to the condo board on what avenue we would have to get it done on. But again, as I mentioned, I don't anticipate queuing occurring, and we have programs placed. So if we see queuing occurring, that we tell those participants to do, customers to do those various items that I mentioned in our security plan. So they are not standing outside.
Okay. We're pretty much mostly concerned with the parking and the queuing on the sidewalk, particularly 23rd Street.
Yep.
Which gets a lot of traffic. It's a direct entrance to the High Line, as you know.
Absolutely.
So we would prefer the queuing be on 9th Avenue, not 23rd Street, which has the majority of traffic, foot traffic.
This is something I will put in our notes to discuss with the condominium board about.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Aga.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol? Yeah, Carol?
Hi. Yeah. Hi. Thank you for the presentation. I guess my big concern, I'm with the 500 West Block Association, and I'm also on the board at 555 West 23rd Street, which is the next block over. I often utilize 23rd Street along with my neighbors because the 23rd Street crosstown bus has that lane. And the big concern is that's a bus stop right there. And the queuing, as far as the letting on and off and any kind of traffic, is a big concern because often with the buses, we have many people in this area that are older, many people that need assistance getting on and off the bus. And 23rd Street, the bus there is used frequently. And that's a big concern for me because getting on and off with a lot of the people that have issues with accessing the chairlifts and things, I just think that that's a difficult spot. And in addition, there's a parking garage right next to that, which also concerns me because you've got cars coming in and out. So my big concern is just the added amount of traffic. As someone who also drives in New York City, the approach on 10th Avenue as you drive to 23rd gets very backed up because that's the Lincoln Tunnel approach on 10th Avenue. And so everything that starts to back up at that intersection continues to back up on 23rd Street. So although I think your plans are, I mean, I appreciate the detail and I appreciate everything that you've done. And I think I assume you want to be a very respectable neighbor, but my issue really is with that traffic because, and then you've got on top of that on 10th Avenue, you've got the traffic from avenues along with the traffic from the approach. And it's a mess. And I'm just really concerned about what that would look like for us as neighbors, you know, who utilize 23rd Street pretty heavily. So that's my big concern.
Thank you, Carol. Arish, do you want to speak to that briefly?
Yeah, I think the real response to that, and again, I know that at the onset, it seems like there's going to be a fluster of humans there via car, transport, bike, walk. I really want to emphasize that there are already open Manhattan dispensaries today. By the time this dispensary is open, there will be a handful of dispensaries open in Manhattan. I think the big reason for vehicular traffic is due to the fact that it is a destination location and those parties are coming from other areas to come to that space. While I understand that there will be people that come through a mode of transportation of the vehicles, we're going to do our best through the transportation coordination system to ensure that they're not double parking, they're not being a nuisance to you. But I really want to calm the woes, and I know it's easier said than done, but you know, in 3 to 6 months, when a large amount of facilities are open all across Manhattan, that vehicular traffic is something that is going to be not a big concern. And I'm happy to, again, take everyone's phone number and I'm going to have my direct line to the condominium board and all the residents. So if problems occur, that we're being on a first response and, you know, the things don't get lost in the wind.
I just want to make one comment back to that and I'll yield the floor back to the rest of the folks. It's not so much the added of the dispensaries in the neighborhood, it's that location because of that particular spot. I don't want to deny you. I mean, I'm not arguing more of the opening. I'm just that particular spot is because it's actually a bus stop right there. It's just a very difficult spot. That's my issue. It's not that coming in, coming out, whatever, in terms of more, I understand that that's happening in New York. That's not the issue. It's that particular location because of the nature of how it's designed.
No, noted. And we will take that into account during our, you know, transportation coordinator sessions that we're going to be having with our team.
And perhaps that's also, you should take that into account when you're deciding which is your entrance and what is your exit. That should be a big factor probably. Okay, Kevin.
Hey, thanks everyone. I'm a resident at 24th and 9th in London Terrace Towers. I'm also a board member, and I want to acknowledge that Arish has come to the co-op board, presented to us, answered numerous questions. We had a number of presenters, and Arish and his firm were by far the most impressive. So we saw the similar presentations tonight. Thank you for sharing that. Wanted to share a few things. I've lived on that block for 11 years. Regarding parking, I've never seen double parking in terms of people using the facilities that are there. There are deliveries, and oftentimes there are double parking for facilities, but we have a grocery store, we have a liquor store, we have a coffee shop. There's not a lot of double parking. So as to that concern, from my experience, it has not been. And again, I'm a resident of one of those four corner towers that was referred to earlier by one of the commenters. As for tourists, most of the tourist traffic is between 10th and 11th, not at 9th and 10th. High Line, as people know, entrance is between 10th and 11th, as are the galleries in those areas. So some of those concerns, while I respect them, are I think more directed towards a further westerly area that's there. For queuing, I understand the concerns about the bus stop. I also think that we should look at the widths of the sidewalks and figure out where most of the traffic is, and also where the bus stops in relative relation to where the entrance and exits would be to the facility. In general, there was a lot of discussion among our board members. A lot of important issues were brought up. There was not 100% consensus in terms of what our warm approval was for it, and I think that's a good term. We don't have a voting right on what goes on in those buildings, although there was a lot of discussion about what our legal requirements are, or legal prerogatives were. But for the most part, the large number of the board members were giving warm approval to the location of the dispensary in that space. And finally, it has been empty for a number of years. We've had scaffolding on the building due to local law 11 work. It has been a space that has been a little bit of a blight on the neighborhood. There's been graffiti, there have been broken windows. So to have a business in there that is monitored, that's secure, and that is well run would be, I think, a very positive for our building. And I'm speaking for the towers and the co-ops that are on the corners again.
Great. Thank you so much, Kevin. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and the perspective of the board. Phyllis.
Hi there. I really just have some questions. First of all, what are going to be your hours of operation and your days of operation?
Monday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
And I have a question for CB4 task force. I'm getting a little concerned because even tonight in just this one meeting, we talked about 3 different cannabis potential openings in the Chelsea area. And I'm also aware of one that was approved a while ago on 23rd Street, a little farther east from here. And I'm concerned about, do you have any guidelines for how many cannabis shops are going to be allowed within a particular block or within a particular neighborhood?
Sure. So Phyllis, the regulations are that as soon as a legal dispensary opens up in a particular area, there cannot be another one within a 1,000-foot radius of that dispensary. So eventually, it doesn't take that many legal dispensaries to sort of fill up the whole area, and it makes sure that we're not overwhelmed by dispensaries, because there is a maximum amount just by geographically.
In schools.
And they have to be outside of schools, and yeah, there's so many places where they can't be, that really the applications you've heard tonight and from a month ago are really the few spots that are available. And I'm personally guessing we're not going to be having many more of these meetings, because all the available space will be taken. Yeah. Do you have any other questions, Phyllis?
No, but That was
Okay.
it. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert.
Yes, hi, can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
Hear you.
Oh, you can, great, okay. Look, you know, what's his name? Mr. Halani has spoken a lot about working with the condo board and you know, having gotten their approval. However, we're a condo. It's a condo co-op combination. And I can tell you that there has been no notification to the people who live in the co-op portion of the four towers regarding this proposal. I walked into our lobby a couple of days ago and there was complete uproar because we just found out, because people noticed the posting on the door of the bank, what used to be the Capital Bank, that there's going to be a cannabis store put in there. A complete uproar. So I can tell you, and I hate to contradict, Kevin, but nobody is happy about this development. Nobody. And make no mistake, we're a residential block. It's residential from 9th Avenue to 10th Avenue, from 23rd Street to 24th Street. And the addition of a cannabis store, and not just any cannabis store, but a huge cannabis store with an entrance and an exit, is going to change the neighborhood. It's going to change it. I appreciate Carol's comments about the bus stop and the transportation issues. That's just the tip of the iceberg. I don't even know where to begin. This is not wanted. And I have to make that perfectly clear. It's not wanted. So, I just wanted to make the point. It's not wanted. Sorry, it will not end well. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. I don't think there's much to respond.
Hey, may I speak? I'm sorry I missed it earlier, but I'm the landlord of the building.
Hold on. Sorry.
It was my turn. Wasn't it my turn?
I'm the landlord here. I just want to throw in a brief point to answer Robert's concerns. It's not really a question. I think ultimately having this cannabis store is going to increase your property.
Can you identify yourself? Yeah.
Yes, I thought I did earlier. I'm so sorry. My name is Willen Fagan. I'm the landlord of the property. I've spoken extensively with Arish and the condo board. I just wanted to address Robert's concern. I think ultimately this is just a benefit to the community. I think that increased security and the cameras is going to increase safety. It's going to increase ultimately I think it's going to increase the surrounding property value. So I do understand the concerns, but from my point of view, I think it's ultimately a benefit for everybody. Apologies for interrupting you. Francesca, please go ahead.
Thank you, Francesca.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, I see all the point of view. I also am resident of London Terrace, and to be honest, I didn't really find out about it until yesterday. And my concern about it is that it's a huge space and it's right by the liquor store. So it's kind of like an odd combination, if you can imagine. And also, I was kind of struck by the first presentation. I've been sitting for the entire meeting. It was this place, I'm sorry, I forget the name. It was on 10th Avenue between 23rd and 24th. It was by Avenue, which is a for-profit, very wealthy private school. And they kind of opposed it and shut it down. And I wanted to point out that the space we're talking about, it's also quite close to a public school that's very diverse, is PS11. So I think I'm surprised that there hasn't been no discussion in the community about this outside of, I guess, discussion between the proposed owner and the co-op board. I think there is to be a lot more discussion because Obviously, the residents of London Terrace still are in the process of finding out. And then the Garden Association, they have like a very, it's a lot of rent stabilized, rent control people. They have a very active tenant association, which I think they would want to be in these discussions. And as I said, perhaps reaching out to the school, PS 11 down the block, and also there is a playground not so far away. So I think it's just part of a bigger picture that I think it needs to be unpacked. I feel like it's for people that live on the block or live in the building, it's a very new development that they weren't aware of.
Okay, thank you very much, and it's worth taking into consideration. Thank you. Michael, we can ask you do keep your comment brief. I'm not. He's quick. He's quick. Yeah, usually.
Michael, you with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Got it, Michael.
All right. Thank you so much for the presentation, Harish. I think this is a great location. I think that it's about time that we move forward with the opening of these shops. I think that New York State is really moving at a snail's pace. In terms of the random staggering deliveries, I wonder how that would be implemented. Are you thinking about off-peak deliveries? How does that look like? Another question I have is what are some of the hiring initiatives that you plan on implementing for your business? Thank you for emphasizing micromobility. I think that so many people in these meetings are very car oriented and forget that many of us, 80+% of New Yorkers take public transportation, walk or bike. So thank you for emphasizing that there are multiple modes of transportation. And then in terms of loading zones, I wonder if you thought about that. And thank you, Kevin, for noting that the double parking is not related to businesses nearby. Thank you.
Maurice, yeah, there's a couple questions for you, and then you can keep it, your answer is great. We appreciate it.
Yeah, staggered deliveries, it is, the point is it's staggered. We don't notify anybody when they're occurring. They will generally be either on peak hours, off peak hours. You know, we want to randomize delivery times so that there is no issue with, security threats. Obviously, this is something that we have done in our other facilities. What I can tell you is that these deliveries do not tend to happen off peak hours. It will be randomized during the amount of time that the wholesaler is allowed to deliver, which usually is between corporate hours, of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So it's randomized between those times. In terms of living wages and hiring, we have an example of a community hiring and process that I can exemplify in Cambridge, where we've dedicated to hire a percentage of minorities, a percentage of LGBTQ, a percentage of people who live near the area, a percentage of disabled veterans. So I think we're very forward on hiring those that are coming in all types of shapes and sizes and committing to the community that, we will bring those parties on and train them and show them kind of a fruitful career in cannabis.
Great, thank you, Harish. Thank you, Michael. We have one last member of the public to speak who is here in person, and I believe has some comments prepared. Well, go ahead.
First of all, I give you credit for not having to go to the bathroom when I'm the only one. It's
just so thrilling. I don't forget yet.
It's been an eye opener for me, and I always think, why is something that affects London Terrace always the last one on the agenda? But I'm glad it is, because it's been an eye opener. I've learned so much. I'm Henry Schlesinger.
Hi, Henry.
And I am here because my wife said to me, they want to open a marijuana shop on the street. I said, no, I know nothing about it. But when I heard Kevin talk, it answered a very important question. I hope I have a little more than a minute. I wrote to Matt Klein, our board co-op. We are a co-op. The condo, I never knew if there was even a condo board. I've never heard of this in 20 years, a condo board. When the building was created, when it went from a rental building to a condominium co-op, all the retail is condominium. And it's probably been a big mistake because the liquor store would not even vote to have a green roof above their stead. It is it's not a good idea.
Okay.
I understand Aristides is behind on their rent for a long time. Okay, so, and of course, this was a Capital One bank, and it didn't last very long because it didn't attract customers, because Chase is there and a very good bank. So when Kevin talked in favor of this and talked about a warm approval, that's not an approval. That's okay, but again, no one in the building has been told anything. So I wrote to Matthew Klein and Matt Kaplan on the board. Matt Klein is the president. Neither of them responded to me. So they must know that the word is circulating among our 700 apartments is, what are they, how are they gonna respond to me? I just wrote, are you for this or against this? Silence. And Matt Kaplan always answers me. He's a friend. So something is going on. And I don't know who they speak to in what they call the co-op, the condo board, because I don't know if there is one. We have a general manager who is employed by the board. Everybody else is an element employee. They talk about a loading dock. There's no loading dock. The only loading dock's on 24th Street, which an elevator goes right down to the basement. I don't know about the basement in this space because I don't know where it would be, because it seems like the hard basement is well used, all four corners. Talking about parking and queuing, the last thing, this is a very low-key residential block, and even continues to 10th, between 10th and 11th Avenue. The lighting is low. By 9 o'clock, it's quiet. There are 700 London Terrace towers, co-ops. There are 1,000 London Terrace Gardens rental apartments. I don't think. What else? There's Penn South across the street with, I think, 2,000 apartments. Have they been taught? There are school children all over there. Let's talk about IDs. All an 18-year-old has to know is a 22-year-old. I mean, this is my daughter, whose name is Dana. I found an ID in her closet, but she went off to college. Tiffany. The reality. You talk about parking. Everybody who goes away from London Terrace or hires a car parks right in front of what was Capital One Bank and our door and the fire hydrant. There's cars all the time, and then the bus comes, and the bus stays there, so everybody can ride. So it's a lot of traffic. The security coordinator. We've had people, by the way, the steps in front on the 23rd Street, that's a bedroom for lots of people. You can't get rid of queuing. When you have security concerns, people won't move. You can't move them. We don't want these security, these cameras. It's intimidating. And a lot of the security people are ineffective. They're not police. They really, I mean, when there's somebody a problem right there, we call the police. Because our doorman can't even move them. And that's our security, our doorman. And we have a camera on just the corner, and there's been no problems. Now, if you have delivery, you have these scooters and these bikes and all this stuff, they're already on the sidewalk. We've had a person knocked over. My wife almost got knocked over. And I went into the pizza store, I said, your driver has no insurance, but you do. I mean, it's a disaster. I'll give you your darling. Dolores, with Dolores. It's not a good fit. It's a big space, all glass. You're very limited in what kind of signage you can have on this building. It's not a store. It's not a single piece of structure where you have control. I don't know where they talk about delivery dock. Yeah,
it is a question I want to raise myself. Is there any way to ask you to wrap up the final points in the next 30 seconds to a minute? It's only because it's 10:45.
My final point is this has not been vetted with the community at all.
Yeah.
I mean, and why the board has not been forthcoming on such a major major impact on the community. Plus, we have a charge process for you too. So that's, I think, is a delay at minimum, so that the community can be alerted, and the board should at least come forward. I have no idea why they give this a secret.
Oh, I think it's.
I have no idea.
I think it's a good point. Thank you very much for the comments. I'm going to, Arish, try to move this conversation forward, thank you very much. So, you know, I understand the sort of, you're sort of between a rock and a hard place of, you know, getting approval or conditional approval from one group, and then saying, okay, then go to this other group before you notify these other people, et cetera, et cetera. But ultimately, when you're trying to move into a space like London Terrace and London Towers and London Gardens and whatever, you know, there are residents need to feel like they have had time to digest what is coming, have been spoken to, have had their needs their concerns addressed, and ultimately, you know, if we felt comfortable, and I don't know, maybe people do, but if we felt comfortable that, listen, everyone in London Terrace knows about this, they've heard this, they know it's coming, and we only get this many people showing up at our meetings, I would say, okay, well then most people don't have a problem with it, and we're okay. But I'm willing to bet that really most people don't know about it yet, and it would probably, it would be probably us putting a cart before a horse if we didn't give tenants a little bit more time to meet with you, hear from you. And I'm not, by the way, again, I'm not saying that you haven't done everything correctly. I'm sure you have, and I'm sure, you know, the fact that people saw the notice, that's the point of posting the notice, is so people know you're coming. I get that. But it does, in a space like London Terrace, which is so sensitive to you know, what kinds of business goes into a space where so many people live, I think it would make sense if we ask for another 30 days, but let me hear what the rest of the task force has to say.
I guess I kind of want to disagree with that. I really think this is a good application. Like, this is probably the most detailed and thoughtful presentation we've seen. And by someone who has like clearly a significant experience doing cannabis stores very successfully. Massachusetts regulations are not exactly the same. In fact, they're quite different in some ways, but like that is probably the strongest vote of confidence I would say that an operator could have in their past, or operating a different cannabis business in New York City, which may not even be legal. I think like 9th Avenue, on the avenue, on a corner, that is a very logical location for a retail business with a potentially significant amount of foot traffic. There are some cases like purely residential blocks where we may have more questions, but I think like, I don't think we can reasonably say, I don't think anybody can reasonably say like a corner on 9th Avenue is not an acceptable place for a retail business with foot traffic. Like, that's what 9th Avenue is for. And I think the questions about, you know, traffic and queuing and et cetera, all had, you know, very good answers from the applicant in terms of it's a large space, it will not require queuing. So that sort of completely alleviated that concern for me. And like, there will be people coming, but sort of not beyond what you would expect for any other retail business, be it a restaurant, if it were a restaurant or a bar, or just a Best Buy, like any other business on that corner that filled up that space would probably achieve a similar amount of foot traffic. Anyways, I don't know. I think I hear the concerns from the community members. I think obviously a tiny share of the total London Terrace population. One reason for that is maybe large numbers of people would have a problem with it and they just were not notified until the notice. But I also think realistically, like, the notice was up. People like this was the opportunity to comment. I don't think it's fair to assume that like, because, you know, X number of people showed up, like, it's not fair to represent that as like, you know, all London Terrace residents are up in arms about this.
Well, I don't think
they are.
Hold on, Robert, please. You know, that's not, I was saying it's, we just don't, we don't know. Okay.
I completely disagree. This is explaining to us that the community at large does not have enough information. It is not our role to go ahead and supersede the community voices that are coming here. What we're hearing is that There needs to be more time, there needs to be more information, there needs to be more input. My point of view about cannabis, about the location, about whether or not traffic works or not, that's irrelevant. What I'm hearing is from enough people is that there are concerns. And so those concerns need to be addressed before we should be giving an opinion. And so that's why I disagree. I mean, your points about location, et cetera, they're valid. But what we're hearing is that there are members of the community that don't have things answered and do have concerns, and they need that response.
I agree with both of them.
I do too.
I think it was a great presentation. I think, this is a quality, operator. And I agree that the tenants here, for whatever reason, either weren't paying attention or weren't given the information, or someone didn't pass along the information. That said, I think we need to give them the opportunity to meet, perhaps with the operator. I think giving the 30 days for Arish to get himself out to the community would be the best thing for everybody.
It's sort of the thing of like the cat is now out of the bag, so people will now know.
Right.
And, you know, if you come again in 30 days, you, first of all, perhaps, yes, you speaking to people, maybe there are more people who are concerned, but maybe you'll allay a lot of people's fears. And maybe also when you come next time, you will come with support of residents. And, you know, and I encourage you to do that, to try to get people to show up who can express that they are actually quite comfortable with this space. We had one tonight, but it's always helpful to hear more. So it's just a matter of, you know, if enough people have said that they just didn't have time to digest this, which makes me think that most of the residents of this very, very large building have not had time to digest this, and it's not, it would feel inappropriate for us to get ahead of them.
Can I just add something? And it goes to what the gentleman said. I think it's incumbent on the elected personnel that you've elected on the board to inform and explain to you what is a condo, who's on the condo board, who's on the co-op board. And I think it's incumbent upon them to pass along the information that they have gotten so that their condo people and their co-op people and the tenants stabilize the free market and the rent control, have an idea of what's going on there.
This is a major failure by our co-op board.
I mean, we're not talking about.
Thank you.
Landlord? What? I mean, I think we're the landlord on, right?
He has nothing, he just owns that.
He owns
He owns a little space. His tenant was Capital One Bank.
I think the lesson.
It's his responsibility.
It's his responsibility
to help to.
Yeah.
Exactly. I don't want us to think that it's just on.
I see what you're saying.
We're just following the rules.
No,
and
right.
The guidelines that he's been given as
I don't
tenant.
think faulting
So I think,
Rich.
no, but I'm just saying, I think we should be asking Willen and whoever else to be participating in getting the word out and having this conversation. Because I will say this, you guys, this board, this community board, this is not the first time this situation has happened with London Terrace spaces, okay? A BLP, this happens quite often with who knows what, and how do they know, and who's been told, and what the different spaces are and all that. And so I don't think it's not, I don't want us to get, in my opinion, it's a system that's clearly like, that is dysfunctional in communication. And I think we should just say that the people that are playing the role, like you're saying, the presidents and the leaders that are elected and the landlords, they've got to fix this and get involved in the next 30 days. And so.
So, but Arish, coming back to you, how do you feel about coming back in 30 days?
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
If I may, and not to overstep my bound, I think based on all of the concerns that we have addressed, it seems that the primary reason for postponement is that the residential community needs to see the presentation that I've given here and have an opportunity to make comments. And I'm happy to stipulate that. I just feel personally, again, not to overstep my bounds, that if we can have a conditional approval with that stipulation, I'm going to do it regardless. I'm happy to set up a meeting at the time that works for all the residents. Again, it's the concept of being, notifying residents of something that is explaining them that there's going to be a lottery. I may not even get this place. I'm happy to do all of these things, and I want to do all these things. That's why I'm here on the board today, and I brought the condo board members, the landlord, and our intention is to work with the residents. If the residents would like a full notification and a full set of plans in the hope that this occurs, I will do that. I just feel personally that if that could be the condition upon an approval, as opposed to me moving, and that would be the request I make to the board.
And I think it's a fair request, but I mean, one, I'm trying to be consistent with how we treated the other applicant, which was to say no to that. And two, I don't think, I think what's nice, because you have a co-op and condo here, you can work with those boards to set up a meeting for you. And if you can have that one meeting when you make that presentation to whoever shows up, that is on them, and then you come here and say, you did that, you talk about this again, and we will vote. But I just don't think we can go ahead and give a conditional approval at this time. Not feeling secure that enough of the residents who live in that immediate vicinity have received word of your existence. People generally agree, and then one does not, which is fine.
Yeah, I'm thinking surprised you. I would be in favor of it. I just think I should extremely like to the meeting outcome. Like, Arish has been able to, everyone he's talked to, both in New York and outside of New York, has.
Outside of New York, that's.
But also the condo board. But in fairness, I don't think it's like, these other places are like full of people who just don't care what happens in their neighborhood. They probably face similar concerns, like from neighbors and people around. But I just want to say, I think, given Arish's level of preparedness, his success with the condo board, success in past cannabis businesses, I think it seems very likely to me, extremely likely, that after this meeting with residents, the outcome will be like that the vast majority of people are on board with the plan, which is why I would feel comfortable going forward with a conditional approval.
Yeah, I also think.
No, sorry, no, that's not true.
Robert.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that there was an actual approval. There was a warm acceptance.
Yeah, something weird's going on.
There's a warm acceptance. That's not.
So I just want to clarify that the condo board, as per Kevin's comments, does not have the ability to make an approval for something like this. It was a prerequisite, discussion, and really an onerous term for us to seek their warm approval, just like I will do that for the residents.
London Terrace is gonna get their act together, setting up a system that makes sense, because ultimately, you're right, it should be noticed there, approval, like conditional approval there, and then you come here for one last meeting where you get everyone who didn't get to, show up there, have their voices heard, can see your presentation. Like, I agree, this is very frustrating. This should be your moment to connect with the community. It's a community board meeting. I understand the frustration, but unfortunately, sometimes, and frankly, all too frequently, wires get disconnected, messages aren't received, and the people who needed to know about tonight and needed to know that you exist aren't here or may not have gotten word. And it's our responsibility to ask, to put off by 1 month, or to not go ahead and vote without comfort that anyone who has a stake in this is at least knowledgeable about your application. So I can't move forward unless I know if you're willing to come back. And so the options are, based on a quick straw poll here, except for one, are most people in agreement with asking him to come back in 30 days? Yes, and no. The options really are, I'm not trying to put pressure on you, but basically, we asked that you would come back and stipulate to come back and not, and seek our approval in 30 days, once you've reached out to the residents of London Terrace. And I think the only other option then would, if not that, then unfortunately it would be probably a letter of recommending denial at this time. So it's sort of forcing your hand a little bit, but I'm hoping that you understand where we're coming from and that you'd be willing to do that and, knock this out in 30 days. I actually have high hopes for this application. I do. I think it's a very reasonable place to do this. I just think that you need to speak to more people, and and you're very convincing. You are. I think you're going to do a great job with the presentation. I think you need to have a meeting, of the residents. So can we actually come back in 30 days?
I'm happy to work with the board.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And I should note, next time we will put you up front. So you're absolutely, no one, has to wait for 4 hours to be heard, because that's also.
The meeting would be 4 hours, we can send anybody else.
Yeah, the meeting, correct, but it's, you want to do that, because your patience is all around appreciated. Can I also just add one more point before you send it away? I am a little, for next time, I will want to hear a little bit more about your delivery plan and how you plan on handling your delivery workers and where you plan on having them and how you plan on handling them, because the last thing that corner needs is a ton of bikes waiting outside. So just make sure you're able to address that next time you come.
Yeah.
And with that,
I don't know who Kevin is.
I ask real fast as a board member, so we understand what the objective standards are for the task force. What is your expectation of the interaction with the London Terrace Towers Co-op Association to meet the standards of the task force?
great, that's a fair question. So I think we would expect that, frankly, there's a way to get notice out to all residents of the Four Corners and all residents of the co-op, so it's condominiums. I always get them mixed up, and whether that's through the boards, or not. And then ultimately, I think the best thing that could happen, I think a notification is at minimum, but I think the smart move would be to try to set up a meeting like this, a public meeting in the London Terraces, where any concerned residents can come and hear his presentation. But that is, I think the minimum expectation between now and 30 days from now is that word has gotten out, and Irish will work with the boards and Inga and yourself and anyone else from the various boards to make sure that all residents get word. Does that work for you? Yeah, Inga, does that work for you?
Yeah, so that's two separate boards. There's the Co-op Towers Board, who doesn't talk to their residents, and then there's the London Terrace Tenants Association, who talks to their residents.
So Inga, I think that you've overstepped your bounds in kind of assuming what one board does the other. And by the way, there are 3 boards, not 2, just so we're clear.
Oh,
All right,
right.
either way, the cat's out of the bag.
Yeah.
Everybody knows what the intention is here for this corner. I think what's important is for the community of London Terrace to understand what makes sense for all of you there and to convey that to this body.
Yeah. And
clarification from the task force, because there's been a little bit of lack of clarity across the evening of what's expected. So thanks for the clarification.
Great. And with that, Rich, we'll we'll get everything in writing for you. But with that,
Motion to adjourn.
we have a motion to adjourn. We have a second.
Second.
I hereby declare this meeting adjourned at 11:02 p.m. On my longest community board meeting, that was 4.5 hours.
You're not on BLP?
I am on BLP. We both president. Anyway, good night, everybody. Thank you for come back next time.
Thank you.
Time.
Bye-bye.